Hey Tig, how are you doing? So, apparently, according to um, some more websites, badgers do spawn around that place down there. What's it called? Rhodes? I think it's Rhodes. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to head back down there. But yeah, how are you doing, Tig? How's your... Fuck? How was your Sunday? What's this? A bird? Did I run over... Apparently I ran over a bird. Poor sparrow. Oh my god.
Whoa, easy, girl. Shh, girl.
And alley-oop. Perfect snake skin. Lol, that's so freaking weird. Oh yeah, right. Where were the other trackers again? Allegedly, can already try and hunt badgers in this area as well. I'll try that then. Two trappers. So the closest to here would be somewhere there, actually. Okay. You know what?
Girl?
Stretch and hydrate take.
Yeah.
You still haven't told me how you were doing. If you want to tell me at all. I think I'm just gonna follow the train tracks over there.
Yeah. Good girl. There we go. Hey, you're okay, girl.
Okay, if I'm cute and you still don't want to talk to me, what does it make you? What? I asked you twice how you were doing, you're not answering. Ah.
Yeah. Slow up now.
Talk all you want, lady. It won't make no difference.
Yep.
Going fucking alright? Okay, I'll accept that answer. Yeah, we hopefully still don't have any Koroks in this game. Oh, there it comes. Oh, instincts, bruv. Instincts.
So, what do you have for me? Okay, let's take a look at it.
Pleasure doing business with you. I hope you make good use of that.
All made to measure.
Reinforced equipment. Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter bandolier. Nice. Yes, save please. Any what? Good question. I don't know, I forgot.
Yeah, that can be reinforced, no trouble.
Wait. Oh, okay, so I don't actually have to, like, buy all of those. Hey, Seraph! Any Koroks? Yeah, that's what I meant. Welcome back. How you doing?
Wish I never had to take my stall into the sea. Looks like I wish country folk had any damn money.
I'm still gonna buy all of the equipment pieces eventually, so I might as well do it immediately. Now, what was I doing here? I mean, I guess we can just go here, where IGN told me to go last time. Woke up like 20 minutes ago, you still half asleep. Oh no.
Is there something else?
Well, I hope you slept well. Into the Sunday.
Okay, girl. Easy, easy. Good, girl. Yeah.
Should be good now. I really don't want to throw my horse off a cliff like that.
Go, go. Yeah.
Still completely forgot what else I needed. I think an elk? I think it was an elk. Oh no, this is an Indian place, isn't it?
Yeah. Easy, girl.
That's just rabbits.
Yeah.
More rabbits. Wabbit season.
Back. There we go.
Now, we are hunting badgers. Preferably in good condition. Well, preferably in perfect condition, actually.
Fine morning, partner.
Okay. We know exactly where the guide was pointing. So I guess we're just gonna have to scour this area. Ah, boo. It's a beaver! Not exactly what I needed. Waterfowl. What is that? Pacific loon. These things are big, aren't they? Holy. Might not even be able to get a badger loaded up if I have the beaver on there. Beavers are chunky. Yeah, I've never seen one like up close before, so... Yeah. A little bit surprising. Where are we right now? Way down here. So, the other side of the river should have badgers. And if I find a perfect badger, I'm gonna replace the beaver, definitely. Did they seriously just name a region Tall Trees?
Wait here, girl. Stay calm. God damn it!
Off! Why is this game like this?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, just random people are gonna show up in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Makes sense. In a game where there's absolutely no fucking viable combat system. Cross a river in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly 6 people spawn in with rifles. Quick, grab your bow and varmint rifle. Oh shit. And fuck that.
Me again, girl.
Yeah. And inhuman aim, yeah, that's besides the point, but yeah. I just wanna fucking hunt some badgers. What the fuck's my... No, you have to run across the entire fucking map. It's bad enough that they don't even give you proper, like, areas where you can hunt anyway. Why do I have a $5 bounty? Fuck did I do? Honestly, what the fuck did I do? Wait, aren't those elk? Just 2 stars, not even worth it.
Yeah.
So, the thing is, you can be saved! If you want, by, what's it again? Yes, that's it. By saving yourself. You can be saved by saving
I almost didn't recognize you. Been some time, ain't it? I'll just take care of that record for you directly.
$5 gone for something I don't even know what I did.
You after a bounty? I can tell. If so, we got a poster on the wall just there.
Well.
Notorious shootist, wanted for unlawful killings. North of Strawberry. I mean, that's where we're going anyway.
Word is, he's made a home out of an old mine, up in the Big Valley Mountains. But you might want to leave that one on the wall. Josh Brown to be a hard man to kill, let alone capture. And that's what we're asking for. Got half the bounty hunters in the state out looking for him.
I want your advice. I'll ask for it, okay?
Stay safe out there.
Let's go, girl. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes this game really isn't all that great.
Over here! Hey!
Still don't understand why he keeps putting his fucking guns away, but okay.
See that? Feller's dead down there. Must have gone off the cliff.
Yep.
Think he's from that cabin up the way there. Poor bastard. Well, guess I'll tell the sheriff when I get to town.
What? What kind of encounter is this? Oh, is that him? I I think that's him.
This way, girl.
I know you're close. I feel you tickling my britches. Goddamn Chinaman, man. Tell me this sweet juniper and boiled Satan. You scared me.
Boiled Satan? Yeah, I get that a lot. So, what's that you got there?
You ain't interested in no scrap paper. It's nothing. Just something for wiping and sniffing in the night. Yeah. Well, I got to go now.
This is as nice as I'm gonna ask. Hand it over. Now.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ain't no need for that. Lord, save me.
Yeah, hey Antgamer, how you doing? Welcome and thanks for the raid. I'll be right with ya.
Okay, now.
Beep beep. Oh no, then go to sleep. Jeez.
Come on now. You gotta cut me loose.
This is very kind of you.
Come on, you got your map. You'll be rich from it. Enough for a whole night with your favorite style. Think about it. Now, let me go. Let me go. Hey!
From a lake
you
and a
ain't gonna leave me
waterfall.
like this.
Oh, it's kind of interesting actually. You beat Black Flag, then played some Valhalla. Nice! Hope you enjoyed it.
Good God.
Stop it.
I'll come back for you. I promise.
Right. Sorry, but no witnesses.
Let's go, girl.
But yeah, I think Black Flag is still pretty much my favorite Assassin's Creed game. So I hope you had a good time with it. So what the hell is my hunting mission on? Challenge. Master Hunter. Call an animal, get a clean kill. One more time. The game told me to run as usually, you can't run from Deadman. That works.
Easy there.
Or ram hide. Yeah, just drop it. Skin 3 black or grizzly bears. We can do that. That's relatively easy even. Mary died, but that game teleports you away before you could get justice. Oh. Oh yeah, I barely remember the ending. I do remember being a little bit confused though.
Okay there.
Take letter. letter is that? Note from Jim. Read. Note from Jim. Back in a few days, gone to pick up Mildred from her mother's house. The new Miss Peyton. Best, Jim. Okay. Did you unlock maxed objectives level 45? I did not, no. Wait, aren't the maxed out like NPC ships like level 60 or something? I'm semi-remembering that being the case, but I'm not 100% sure. Hmm, 75 for legendary, but 65.
Right there and don't move.
You got a bullet coming, you don't stop still.
This here's a holdup. You know what to do.
Why don't you stretch your legs, huh?
What was that?
Easy now.
Headshots. Yeah, but for some fucking reason it only fired once in Deadeye. And that didn't even get a kill. So, here we are. I'm so sick of this combat system, honestly. Regen reassignment. Oh no, you really are an awful person. I do always try to go for headshots though. Unless there's like a special challenge for something.
Come on, girl.
Let's see. I'm still hunting for badgers, by the way. I still haven't found any. Like any, not a single one. They're supposed to be around here though. Allegedly. It's from here, kind of this region down. So, I'm gonna go over there, I guess. The badgers are so great, they might blend in and are small. Yeah. I got one, like randomly, but he wasn't the best condition. That's a rabbit. I'm gonna go down here. No, armored rifle. We don't need the big calibers for these things. 22 will do. It's a jackrabbit. Don't need that. That's a raccoon. You wasn't here RDR2 earlier, but you don't got much of the endgame besides gator boots and hat along with all guns that you can buy. You know, I do wish you could buy a few other things. Like the special arrows, for example. Because honestly, crafting... I'm gonna close my door real quick, 1 sec. Because honestly, having to craft a single arrow for 1 fat, for like 1 arrow per animal fat, it actually kind of sucks. Got a confession, you're a fleshy tuber? I don't know whether that's a confession. Everybody has their preferences. Oh, sorry, not fat actually, it's just like feathers. I also wish you could just craft more at a time, you know? Like, no, I have to press a button for every single one. I wish I could just buy them in bulk. Give me more button prompt.
Stay here.
What is that? It looks like a turkey, I think. Yeah, that's a turkey. Eastern wild turkey. Those look like elk. Maybe elks, maybe horses. I do need a 3-star elk as well. Do you boop? Oh, that's risky. Maybe. Maybe you wanna boop. Boop. What's that? Fox. Silver fox. Yields a pulsed string meat used in crafting and it can be sold. Use a repeater for a clean kill. Literally. Repeater. It's an elk. 1 star, of course. Why are all of these elks just low quality? Ranger Alkalon Grizzlies area? Yeah, me too. At least while I wasn't looking for them. Now that I am looking for them. Well, that's pronghorns, never mind. Bird? What bird? Oh, that's horses. Oh no, it's annoying for something and it being in plain sight. Yeah. Wait, did you actually see a badger? Why are you so low quality? Don't hunt much for this unless it's for food. Yeah, I'm trying to get the satchel upgrades. So, hunting. Well, trying to hunt anyway. Yeah, because I keep running into freaking inventory limits. Sucks. Horns. Hey Ryan, welcome in. How you doing? How's your weekend? Like 45 pork loins and other meats on you? Oh wow, I'm like way off. No wonder I'm not seeing batters. Good, just causing some problems for friends. Oh, that's the... I mean, are you even really friends if you don't cause problems for each other? Be honest. Your friend sometimes calls you when she's high? Yeah... I don't really get stuff like that. Unfortunately. It's getting way darker now. And I think it's even darker for you guys. Because for me I can still kind of see. But in the OBS preview it's just like almost completely black. Little one male friend, she tells a lot too. Oh, very nice. Yeah, I guess sometimes it's just... good to have a male friend like that. I just wanted to drop in and say hi real quick. Oh, that's fine, Ryan. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Where the... Okay. I swear, like, surface level, this game is great. But the more you dive into, like, the more niche elements... American Badger. 1 star. Literally the worst fucking quality you can get. At least I know they're spawning here. It's something. Choose to enjoy the story and scenery in games? Yeah, I would too. If I could do so in peace. Okay, he's just rolling down the hill, because why not? Yeah, that's the... If I was on fucking PC, I would have modded the hell out of this game already. First things first, infinite fucking satchel capacity. While you learn being friends with her, it's good to listen so they can vent. Yeah, it's probably one of the best things you can do. Just listen. This game really doesn't want me to find those batteries, does it? Not only is barely fucking spawning any, it's bringing in fog as well, because why not? Imagine needing to see in a video game, I know, right? And 90% sure this next story is the mission that unlocks manual Deadeye targeting. That would be nice. It's at least one thing less to worry about.
Stay, girl.
Foxes and deers and rabbits all over the place. No badgers. 'Cause why would you want badgers, right? Oh no. See you guys in a minute. Yeah, Camino, how you doing? You didn't get an ad, you probably have an ad blocker. Fuck. Yeah, sure, make it even darker, why not? You ever said anything about mod Nerf guns though? Oh jeez. What are you doing to kids, man? That's a lot of cheats. Is that the fucking limping fox? I had to write a bust, you got no idea how much I wanted to smack them. Oh yeah. Screw kids, man. They suck. Kids are the fucking worst, honestly.
Girl?
The fuck? Why am I losing karma for shooting some fucking birds? The hell? Screen shat. Oh, jeez. That would be actually awful. But I also don't think a lot of people would, like, willingly use that. Screen shattered it. Ah, jeez. Still got some juvenile humor. Hey, it's good never to entirely lose that, I think. I can't even loot him, what's the point? I get an act for sleeping. Yes, you will. Go to fuck to sleep. What are you doing? Yeah, good morning, Camino. Hope you had a good rest. Okay, gotcha then. Been nice meeting you. I'll see you guys next time. I don't think any of my streams so far have been worth missing out on sleep for. Can you be skipping now? I mean, it's not my fault you make irresponsible decisions. I'm just saying I don't think it's worth it. Over 1 hour of searching, we've seen one. I repeat myself. One badger. And it was level, like, quality level 1. Why the fuck do I even bother?
Hey, stop there! Don't move!
It's off!
Still as stone or you get him.
Get it between the eyes!
Eat a dick. All of you. That's my Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough. Nice having you guys here.
Give your life savings to Lucy.
No, don't do it. It's not worth it. It's time for timeout. You mean timing you out? Why the fuck would I do that? Why bother? I mean, I can if you want me to. Job listing, angler wanted. Well, wait, the lighthouse house is working. Why is how that guy still run on ground? No way the fog is that bad. Morning light fills your eyes and you try to sit upright. You're lying on the cold, wet dock where you collapsed the night before. A short man is shouting orders at a handful of workers disembarking from a boat nearby. The man notices you. Welcome to Great Marrow. I must say, quite a dramatic first impression. I see you've already introduced yourself to the jagged rocks along the bay. Did you not see the lighthouse? It was shining right at you. Ah well, I'm glad to see our new fisherman upright and breathing. Your boat was hopelessly damaged, but I've had a few of the locals move your things to one of our old vessels. We'll catch up later to discuss more details. I'll let you get out there and catch some fish. See if you can fill up your cargo while you get your bearings in the light. finally, I don't suppose I need to say this, but get back by sundown before the fog rolls in. Keep a close eye on the time, can really creep up on you. I suppose. Pursuits, I guess that's quests. Time out the person who needs to sleep? Nah. Catch fish for the day. Nap. Messages yet? What? Coastal, shallow, oceanic, abyssal, hadal, volcanic, mangrove. Okay. Seek fishing pole. Peculiar engine. It's still time too. Someone's tuned this engine in an unfamiliar way. Whatever they did seems to have given it more power than normal. Splintered and fragile, this rod is only capable of catching the smallest of fish. Oh. Oh, it's just tank controls, okay. I guess that's fine. It's A to start fishing. Can do that. Start fishing with X. Do macro. And then yeah, we have to play Tetris, I guess. Trophy card. Is that a special fish of some sort? Completed. So we leave. Nice. Inspect. Floating buoy. It serves to mark safe passage past dangerous rocks and obscured hazards. Its dim light also provides a brief respite in the gloom of the night. Okay, don't have the right equipment for that. Odd. Oh no, we're gonna have to actually puzzle. Completed. Time only advances when you're moving, fishing, or taking other specific actions. Shallows. Is the dragon goddess of luck, Lizzie? Yeah, I don't think. That's necessary. Trophy caught, 28.5 centimeters. Nice. Okay, and with that we're full. I'm gonna try and get this thing here. Item. 20th of August 1927. Thanks. Problem is X. Okay. Oops. and pursuits. Messages. Morning of the second day of the honeymoon and our first day proper. Today we're sailing around the islands and inlets at the back of Greater Marrow. I love the rocks here, the layers and colors are so striking. Furthermore, the fishing is relatively poor in these shallows, so I know he will keep his hands on the wheel instead of the rods. He named the boat last night Julie. He did fancy a fancy renaming ceremony and everything. I think he took that more seriously than the wedding. Supposedly it's very important to perform it correctly, lest you want ill fortune to follow the vessel. You wanted to throw away everything with the old name on it, but I kept the keychain. Ocean's Riches was a good name. I think he has prepared a surprise picnic lunch. I can see the basket half hidden, stuffed under a blanket at the front of the cabin. I love it when he tries to be romantic. Aww. Step onto the dock at Greater Marrow. The mayor is waiting nearby. Ah, I see if you returned in one piece. Very good. Before you head off to town, you should discuss the matter of your boat. As I mentioned earlier, your old boat was too badly damaged to be repaired. However, I'm more than happy to sell you that replacement vessel, yours to own. I understand you may not have the necessary funds on hand, so we'll consider it a loan. But I want to make this easy for you. Until your debt is repaid, a tiny portion of your fish sales will go towards paying it off. A small amount of interest will go towards improving your town. So, to recap, you'll need to sell fish to the local market, paying off your debt, and in return, keeping the population fed and satisfied. Understood. Where do I sell the fish? A local fishmonger will appraise and purchase what you catch. He's open all hours. Off you go then, sell those fish while they're still fresh. Fishmonger. You enter a squalid shack on the fringe of the marketplace. The familiar smell of fish fills the air. Flies buzz haphazardly around the downcast man behind the counter. You're the new fisherman, eh? Surprised they found a new one so fast. What happened to the other one? It takes a certain type of person to last out here. It's not a life for everyone. Anyway, to business. I'll pay you for fish. Bigger and fresher means more money. Some species are just worth more too. Other towns and other islands might pay you different, but while you still got a debt outstanding here, I'd suggest you work on paying it off first. So, let's see what you got. Oh, sell. On X. Mary's standing outside the fishmonger's store. Excellent work, I've no doubt you'll be able to provide for this town. Look here, found this down by the docks. I'm sure someone like you could make something of it. Why don't you take it? Research part. A curious looking component could be used to develop new equipment, but would need some investigation at the dock first. Go. Oh, one last thing. Our local shipwright mentioned she might be able to make some modifications to your ship. You should pay her a visit. Shipwright. As you walk into the yard, you see the shipwright making repairs to a damaged hull. She looks up at you briefly before turning back to her work. You must be the new fisherman. I can make improvements to your vessel in the yard. Mind you, I'm not in the business of doing favors around here. Payment is up front, and everything takes some time to install. Also, if you take on any damage from the rocks, or any damage at all, I can patch it up, mostly. She shrugs and gestures towards the hole she's currently attempting to repair. A number of wooden boards, all well above the waterline, are splintered and scratched. Take a look around. Just remember, the bigger the equipment, the longer it takes to install, so plan ahead. Storage. Leave here. Shallow. I mean, that would... Oh... They're both for shallows, but do we want to... Oh, okay. 10 knots. This one's 14 knots. Lights. Better than a camel, just. Cloudy lens. Lumens. Range 20 meters. Makes a decent effort at shining through the gloom. I mean, I think we should just save up for the weighted line. Think. Oh, research. Or we could just go for that. Coastal and shallow. Oh, but that needs 2 parts. Never mind. Where do we get... those parts from then, though? Oh, it's morning. Yeah, I saw something in here yesterday. Some sparkly shiny. The lighthouse towers above. Waves crash endlessly against the perilous rocks below. All creatures, human or otherwise, would have their little bodies broken and thrown at its feet. You ponder the intrinsic power of the structure, a vast column of stone shouldering responsibility of countless lives. How long will it stand? How long until it decays into ruin, its purpose exhausted? The lighthouse towers above. Okay. Spooky. Or rather, ominous, I guess is the word. This is oceanic, right? Huge creatures. Yes. I can't fish those. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez, that's fast. Shallow, dredge. Coastal cards right here. It's not the best weather today. Already depleted. Okay. I feel like those might be a little bit too far. I'm gonna go in this direction instead. What's this? That's not a fishing spot. Bitch. Oh, okay. So I need more special equipment for that as well. This is... more cards. Do I have another spot around here? Oh, yeah, right in front of me. Or off my right side, rather. Trophy card. 29.10. I wonder what the criteria for that trophy appearing is. Like, is it just like completely random, or is there some hidden step to it? Should get back now. Squids. Oops. Exposure to fogs and other things increases your panic. Bright lights and sleeping will reduce it. Ooh. Yeah, fishmonger. I've had a special order come through from a customer. If you can fulfill it, I'll pay you above normal prices. Tell me about the order. They ask for 1 gulf flounder and 1 grey eel. Just bring them in when you have them. You'll need to have a rod that can handle shallow water fish in order to catch those. The shipwright should be able to sort that for you. Yeah, for hunting for specific species, check your encyclopedia. It could have the information you need. Really? $1.42 left on our freaking loan. Will it be? I mean, do I want to buy that? I don't know when I'm gonna, or how I'm gonna get that fishing pole. So I don't know if I should drop an extra 75 on this just for 30% fishing speed. A woman approaches you from the steps to the lighthouse. She stops some distance away and looks at you with concern and visible apprehension. Why are you here? I've come to fish. There's nothing here for someone like you anymore. Do yourself a favor and move on. She turns and shuffles back along the path that leads to the light. Okay. The mayor wants something. Just the person I was hoping to see. Will you be sailing out east towards Little Marrow? Will you give this package to the dock worker here, please? Sure. The mayor hands you a small, damp package bound in string and dripping slightly. The dock worker will pay you upon delivery. Please be quick about it. I don't want it to spoil. Don't forget to check your compass and map if you get lost. So we're going east, apparently. Oh, it's just over there, I guess. Let's do that first. What? The delivery? Let's see here. It carries a small hole in the paper and peeks inside. You can't say for sure, but it feels as though he's shielding it from your view. Yeah, nice and fresh, does glue nicely. I have to pay you, I suppose. He hands you some money. 25 bucks, not too bad. I was given this old book a few weeks back, but it didn't make much sense to me. You'll surely get more use out of it. Sustainable fishing at the cabin. He pulls a crumpled book from his back pocket and hands it to you. A number of the pages are folded over. Keep it in your cabin, perhaps you can read it while you're on the water. Stop by for a chat anytime. I know how lonely it can be. Oh, you can rest here as well. Trader. You enter a brightly lit shop. It's packed with antiques, the shelves full of jewelry and other baubles. An old man peers at you over silver spectacles. Hello? Is that... No, I don't believe we've met. Forgive me, my eyes aren't what they used to be. I specialize in antiques and jewelry. I'll purchase any special trinkets you happen to have. Have you got anything nice with you today, perhaps? No, unfortunately not. Let's see, cabin. Selected as active book, past time to read. Okay. Flounder and 1 eel. I use my emotes as a reference? Sure. I don't see why not. There's eels there. There are flounders. Here, I guess. Oh, flounder. Holy shit, you're big. Hey, Hood. Welcome in. How you doing? That should do. We need some eels as well, but I don't know. Big these are. What kind of shape? Oh geez, 3 long. Yeah, you know, I kind of should have expected that. Nah. That's it, I suppose. Take that with me. Quick little excursion. Got any fish for that order? Yes. Just leave whatever you have here. I'll keep the order on ice until it's all ready to go. Fishmonger wraps up the fish and hands you some money. Good, good. You should be pleased with these. I've got another order here. This one's a little more curious. They want a couple of squid and a whole black grouper. I don't see many people fishing squid these days. They only feed at night. And well, you know what nights are like around here. Good luck. Just seen a strange red light at night. It seemed to be rising from the west. I have not. Mayor's walking quickly towards you. He seems to be in a good mood, with a spring in his step. Fantastic news! Thanks partly to your efforts, Great Amaro is growing. Our tour is sure to be swarming with visitors any day now. In fact, I've granted consent for the shipwright to expand her facilities. The old dry dock is operational again. I've also allocated some money to improve the fishmonger's services. He might have something to talk to you about soon. Keep up the good work. I'm glad you've chosen to be here with us. It's the dry dock. We can make significant improvements to your vessel here. We're talking extra space, more attachment points for equipment, and even superior hulls. We'll need a decent stock of hard materials for these projects. Lumber, metal scraps, that sort of thing. How'd I get those? There's plenty of decent materials around the coast, from various shipwrecks and the like. I'm sure you'll find a way to get them. Materials assigned towards upgrades here will be stored, so don't worry if you only have half of what we need. Oh, okay. So, +2 rod spaces, 4 net spaces, 2 engine spaces, 1 light space. Yeah, I think we need like dredging equipment for that stuff. Oh, that's a separate thing. What'll it be? I mean, I kind of want to go for that. I'm gonna get an engine as well, why not? Makes this a little bit faster. Let's try and catch some squid. Yep, that's perfect. Grouper. Oh yeah, it is. So nice that I checked that out. Okay, let's get back to town. I don't imagine anything bad is gonna happen like this early. But you never know. I suppose. Okay, good that I got 2 fish. Or 2 squid rather. 87 bucks, not bad. The fishmonger box of the fish enhances some money. I didn't think you'd had it in you. Night fishing is a tall order. Meaning to talk to you about a new business venture I've been considering, crab pots. I've got one here for you, in fact. It's a bit banged up, but you could get it fixed at the shipwright. Ability unlocked, crab pot, deploy crab pot, don't forget where you put it. Should be pretty straightforward, just drop it out at sea anywhere, and come back after a day or two to check on it. I've got a customer after a fiddler crab and a common crab. Both species can be found around here. I found this book out back, could be useful to you. Fishmonger reaches on the counter and hands you a damp, battered book. A few shimmering fish scales are stuck to the cover. Lasts for 3 days. Oh, interesting. It looks like some of your equipment can use some fixing. We can repair that here. Into repair mode. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna forget about these crab pots so freaking much. That's it. Hey Elixir, welcome in. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Snap until morning. Select the crab pot ability with LB and apply one with X. They catch things over time but need repairing every so often. Nice. Put it right here next to the buoy. Oh, I forgot to hide that grouper guy. Trophy card. That thing's huge! Half a meter! Do macros. I kinda wanna try that stingray at some point. I'm assuming they're stingrays. Nice. 11 AM and we're already full. But yeah, how are you, Elixir? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, how's that book doing, by the way? 90% complete. Okay, so that reading books does take quite a while. Good. I'm gonna get one more crab pot. Why not? Dry dog. Oh yeah, that needs materials, never mind. Can't even get that yet. If you're wondering a little bit more out of your engines, take a look through this book on the house. Oh, she pulls a book from a toolbox nearby and hands it to you, a few of the pages stuck together with grease. I like that little like extra bits of text. A bit of extra descriptions. Doing good? Those things? Things are good. Thank you for asking. Hope they are for you as well. Gray eels, mackerels. That's dredging. Those are flounders. I wanna get those stingrays now. Oh, sustainable fishing. Reading complete. Nice. Cabin. 10% chance to not reduce fish stocks when catching a fish with a rod. Nice. Well, so these books are actually pretty decent freaking perks. That's awesome. A hefty tome and laborious read. It goes into great detail about techniques that can be employed to reduce the impacts of shifting upon fish stocks. Mentions something about ensuring a healthy ecosystem for future generations. It's very nice. Now, what do we have here? Stingray. Oh my god, you're huge! Holy! These things are huge! Really can only catch 2 of these. It's nuts. Let's put the crab pot here. Squids. I don't think I can even catch any more squids. Encyclopedia. Stingray, good eating, but requires careful preparation. Jeez, Gulf flounder, a pathetic, cowardly, bottom-dwelling fish. Oh man, that's mean. Black grouper, a short, stocky fish with bottle black coloring. Perfect camouflage in the black waters of night. Brown squid rises from the depths of night to feed, or be fed upon. Grey eel, a slimy creature tainted with the silt and muck of the seabed. Blue mackerel, practically worthless but enough to stave off hunger. Cod, plentiful and basic. Oh my god, imagine just being described as basic. I'm gonna check the pot tomorrow. How much are these worth? 61! Jesus! Not all schools of fish are the same. Some contain abnormal specimens. Okay, sometimes you can even tell just looking from the surface. Wow. Get rid of that, and we can get the better rod from her. Sell this one. Install this one. I think that's pretty much as well as we're gonna get it at the moment. Let's head out. Crap. I'm gonna leave it for now. I'm gonna go exploring today. Oh, great. Common crab. Crusty carapace and clicking claws caught in a cage close to the coast. That's a lot of C's in there. What's this here? Oh, eels. The fuck? Barbed eel. Okay, a spine broken with sharp angles and crooked curves, a row of teeth bent on revenge. Okay, that's our first abnormal fish. It's kinda cool. Oh, some materials just washed ashore. I'll take those. Inspect. All that's left of this bowl that is an old husk. I'll pull a little closer. Get inside. Oh wow, research point. Waterlogged wooden boards could be useful to someone. citrine ring. Old iron chain, junk to the untrained eye, but there's good metal here. Someone might pay for this. Someone, eh? I've got a bit of wood, that's awesome. Yeah, what the... on earth is that? Encyclopedia, barbed eel. Spine broken... oh yeah, same description, okay. So that's an aberration. I guess kind of like a mutation? Grotesque fish. Quite a strange looking fish, never seen anything like it in all my years. It died as soon as it was pulled from the water, but its scales are still pulsing with a strange rhythm. Don't want to handle it anymore, have headache and ears are ringing slightly. Maybe the fisherman at Great Emerald would know more. Okay, so not only is it looking weird, it's only also giving us headaches and freaking ringing ears. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have fished that. Oh, inspect. The stone hums quietly, sending ripples through the air around it. Faint shapes dance upon its surface, vanishing before your eyes can focus on them. Place your hand on the stone. The cold stone does not respond to your touch. Okay. Hey Pygmy, how you doing? Welcome in. That's more stingrays, I can't even catch those. Well, I could catch those, but I don't have the space to store them in. Oh, what's that? What is this? It's a sunken ship. Dredge. Oh. Yeah, we don't have dredging equipment yet. That's more eels. Fishing too, with guns. Wait. Elaborate? What? Elaborate? What the frick are you doing to those fish? More floating stuff. No, it's still dredging, okay. I'm gonna have to find, like, a way to dredge, like, relatively soon. There's a new indie game called Dave the Diver and you can shoot fish. Oh yeah, I saw that on Steam, but I didn't check it out further. I hope it's fun. I saw a few people were streaming it as well. I did it today. You hand the grotesque fish to the fishmonger. He grins, raising the fish up to his face before inhaling a deep, stuttering breath. Now this is the sort of specimen to liven up my day. I wonder. He runs his fingers firmly along the length of the fish, as though feeling for something. He pushes from one side of its stomach and a small shape can be seen against the bulging scales. He slices the fish open. From its stomach he pulls a small piece of fabric and spreads it on the counter. It's a delicately patterned handkerchief. Well, I've never seen that before in all my days. I'll give you this thing and I'll pay for you. I'll pay you for the fish too, of course. It's not the first corrupted fish I've seen in these parts, so I'm sure you'll find more before too long. I'll pay you away if you can find any more. Handkerchief. A once beautiful handkerchief drawn from the insides of a grotesque fish, patterned with delicate crimson thread. 97% positive for 30,000 plus reviews on Steam. Holy shit, I'm very fun so far. I hope so. Let me check it real quick. Dave the Diver, you said. There it is, Dave the Diver. I'll put it on my wish list for now. Might check on it later. Looks pretty crazy. I'm just skipping through the trailer right now. Yeah, I like the little pixel, the pixel art style. Looks very nice. A man is looking at you through your cabin window. His face is mostly in shadow. I know what you took to the fishmonger, and I'll be clear. I know he extracted an artifact from it. I need to inspect it, but not here. Meet me on Blackstone Isle. Head out of this bay and cut south. I have a business proposition that you'll want to hear. I'll be waiting. Okay. Stone Isle? Sit down there, I guess. Wait, fishmonger. Sell the fish that we do have. We're gonna need to put that somewhere. Let's see, dry dock. He doesn't need the chains, so what is that for then? It's 2 load spaces plus 4 net spaces. I definitely want that. Bolt of cloth. I have no freaking idea where that's gonna be supposed to be. Put this thing here as well. Okay. Ship, right? Wait, research. Mixable fishing pole. No available in stores. Oh, okay, so you do have to actually, like, first research it and then buy it. For 460. Okay. We're missing $100 for that. I don't know how much that's gonna sell for. Do we wanna go night fishing? Yes, yes we do. Let's see what the hell is gonna go. What is that light? Fish. Oh, another bar deal. Okay. That's cool. Oops. Oh. Okay, that's another one. Brood squid. Sell all my junk, be a billionaire. I hope. I wish, rather. Tentacles sprout from a glowing core inside a gelatinous sac. Other cores lay dormant alongside. Okay. Gross. Quite a lot. Stock here. Because here we have this trader that's probably, hopefully, gonna buy this thing. Oh, 25. Okay, it's not that much. But we can rest here till dawn, then head out. Checkpot. Take the crabs with me. Might as well, right? Morning, Davius. How are you doing? The dredging round? Well, not yet. Fisherman, have you run into a photographer on your travels? She docked here a few days ago for supplies. I suggested that she take some pictures of the town for promotional purposes, but you didn't seem too interested. She mentioned she was heading south. Perhaps you should introduce yourself. Perhaps. Got any crabs of that order? Yes. I do have some crabs. Holy shit, what the hell? Some fish prefer deeper water, but others stick to the shallows. If you're looking for something specific, it's important to know what depth you're working with. Oh, sure. Good squid. Didn't give an artifact this time. Interesting. But yeah, we have enough money for the improved rod now. Sell that. Sell that. Oh, we could have actually just sold it like that. And that's a flexible fishing pole. Nice. So basically the two that we had previously combined. Let's see, cabin, encyclopedia, brood squid. Yeah. That's freaking nasty. I'm kind of surprised that there are so many different fish here. 138? That's quite a lot. Let's go south this time. And maybe find that photographer, but definitely talk to the guy with the things, you know? But yeah, how have you been, Davius? How's your Sunday going so far? I'm assuming you just woke up. In that case, I hope you slept well. Ruined mansion. The man is standing in the doorway watching you approach. He's holding an old book in one hand. It's bound in crimson with silver ribbons. And also with a spooky eye on it. Don't bother mentioning that. Came. Good. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a collector of many things. Art and artifacts, treasures and truths, and curios that occupy the periphery of desire. Do you have something for me? I give the handkerchief to the collector. He holds it up to the flickering light and studies it. His patterns are unmistakable, even after all this time. This handkerchief comes from an old ship I've been searching for. It sank many years ago. It carried items of great importance. As you can imagine, retrieving them is proving to be challenging, and that's where you come in. My proposition is this. I will outfit your vessel with equipment that will let you dredge the wrecks and dark depths. Find me these lost relics and I will reward you in ways beyond all imagining. You need not give up your fishing career. I'll merely need a few hours with your vessel to make the necessary alterations. What do you say? Hell yeah! An excellent decision. I'll prepare the equipment immediately. The relics we are looking for are a ring, a necklace, a watch, and a music box, and a key. I would encourage you to ask around the towns about shipwrecks or other strange occurrences, anything that might be worth investigating. I found a shipwreck already. Return when you have something. It's a workshop. The workshop looks as though it hasn't been used in decades. Go inside. It's locked. Oh, okay. Let's rest until morning and then go to the shipwreck immediately. Actually, I think... yeah, the fish aren't quite as happy with that. Let's just... that's fine. Let's go to the shipwreck. I actually woke up an hour ago, but then I decided to wake up slowly today, open the roller shutters a bit to let in some light and lay down bed for a bit. No, fallen asleep. Oh no. Yeah, never trust your gut in those kind of moments. You will fall back asleep. 100% guarantee. That's a skeleton. There it was. Here's that shipwreck I was talking about. It's not dredging. There's X to... oh, okay. Right discovered. Return to the collector. Oh geez, that's a giant freaking key. Okay. You managed before, but that's a sign you needed a bit more sleep. Oh, yeah, definitely. How did you get in there? I mean, I'm assuming that's supposed to be a spot. Oh, we got a little crane at the back of our boat now. Inspect. A pile of loose debris. Clearing this would take some strong explosives. Okay. Oh, should probably start reading those. Search for relics. I was wondering why those boats weren't, those books weren't finishing. But it was just entirely my fault, because I'm stupid. Bolt of cloth, perfect. And another bolt of cloth, that really is perfect. It's A-okay. Yeah, you say so. Worn gold ring. I don't think that's gonna be anything important. Can't fish those things yet. There's a squid. Might as well fish a little bit while we're here. August 21st. Jeez, hey RT, welcome in, how you doing? What on earth is that? Hey, yeah, chill out. Oh, that's other boats. At least it looks like it. This game, you can't really trust anything, can you? You enter the collector's house. He's standing at the back of the room, still holding the silver and crimson book. He seems impatient. Oh, you have something, don't you? Show me. You hand him the key. The cold metal shimmers a strange shine as he holds it. The shape of the key, the teeth, the head. Now something seems changed, smaller. Has it always been this way? Is this all? Where's the lock? The collector grows agitated. It seems the pieces we're looking for have traveled further than I had anticipated. Much further, I suspect. In that case, allow me to aid your travels. He turns a few pages in his book and mutters something low under his breath. A burst of light fills your vision and you stagger back briefly. Ability unlocked. Haste. Other will be speed as a price. Okay. Now go. We have more relics to uncover. My intuition tells me that the current may have carried some debris to the southeast, towards Gale Cliffs. Make that your priority. I'll mark a location on your map where you can begin your search. Anything else? The words you read from that book, what did they do to me? How long have you lived here? Do you know who owned these relics? Where should I look for relics? Take a look at these trinkets. The book holds power from the deep. I merely extended its powers towards you. Is there one in particular you wish to know more about? Haste. The words of haste are instant and cruel. They will impart a terrible speed to your vessel. Be warned, however, it may put a great deal of stress on your engines. Are there other powers you wish to know more about? Anything else? No, thank you. See, I haven't got things, but what is... I don't know if I guess the quest later that a man sank their boat died, and his wife was looking for a sign from whom to have closure, and users found their wedding ring. Yeah, I guess that kind of works. Haste adds speed to your engines, but increases panic and engine heat. Select it with LB and use it by holding X. Okay. Voltaic Grouper. An unknown green energy arcs and crackles over this fish's scales, thrashes ceaselessly even hours after being pulled from the water. Yikes. How do you... Some messages. Oh, we had a slight accident yesterday around the shallows at the back of Great O'Marrow. A rock seemingly appeared out of nowhere and struck the front of the boat. It did not penetrate the hull, but it jostled us around and a few items fell overboard into the water. We did not see what they were, which is of some concern, but we believe all important articles are accounted for. He has been checking over some notes from the boat redaving ceremony. He is paranoid that he performed the steps incorrectly. I have never known him to be so superstitious. Want to make my quest anxiety spring over to you? No, I don't think you're even able to sell any quest items like that. Oh, that's like all the way down there. So back here we needed some dynamite, I think. That. There was a shipwreck. Back there. Yeah. There's another shipwreck over here. Upper item quest anxiety, less than a month ago to Baldur's Gate 3. Oh right, I forgot about that. Oh no, forgot about that, but I remember reading about that in like some Twitter posts. Citrine ring. You know, I probably should go and sell those fish. Can I change the controls? Display controls. I think you can only change like keybinds, not the tank controls, which is unfortunate. That was a lot of wood. Very nice. Oh. You know, I don't really need your rings. Ooh. Silver trinket. Check cabin for bonuses. Correct engine operation. Engines that provide 5% more movement speed than listed. Nice. Metal scraps. Oh jeez. Yeah, I get the feeling I should probably prioritize metal scrap. Let's go home for now. It's already dark again. That's weird. That's like really weird. Oh. I'll be right back. It's the other crap that I needed. Jump from would have heard you're gonna say that a lot in the future. You mean that that's weird? Yeah, that probably. The lighthouse keeper emerges from the dark forest that flanks the town. She walks towards the dock with a confused look on her face. Oh, it's you. Who are you expecting? The engine, it sounds like... I'm sorry, I mistook it for the vessel of an old friend. Dejected, she turns and walks back towards the lighthouse. Okay. Killed her. You approach a woman sitting on a dockside, staring out to sea. She turns to you. What's it like out there? I don't want to talk about it. No, it's peaceful. It's gonna be a damn sight better than this bloody town. I think I just need to get away for a while, maybe not come back. Going backwards is a mistake, don't you think? You should always keep moving forward, moving along. It's not so bad here. She's gazing out to sea again, lost in thought. Say, if you find me some materials, maybe you can help me move? I mean, really move. There's an island I've heard about, Steel Point, just to the north. 2 units of lumber and 2 units of scrap is all I need. I can make a new place for myself out there. You'd be welcome to visit too. Just stack it up at Steel Point when you have anything. I'll pay you when the job's done. You know, I have that on board right now, but yeah, about that. Which is great. 2 engine spaces. $125 for that. Yeah, I really need a lot more scrap. Wait, let's see. Map? Oh, that's that, okay. Still don't know if you should add weapon or not. You mean to your... What's the name? I'm awful at names. Rika? Was it Rika? I think it was Rika. Okay, we get the storms as well. $161, not too bad. Grieving father. Hello, is everything okay? Do you know of any shipwrecks around here? Well, yes, you see, my only son was lost at sea some years ago. He's still out there somewhere, in one of those wrecks, all alone in the cold dark water. The man is clearly trying his hardest to remain composed. But tremors of grief rack his body. I was wondering, I noticed you have some dredging equipment installed in your vessel. If you're able to retrieve any of his belongings from the wreck, I think he'd feel more at peace if his mementos were with me. He wore a bronze belt buckle, specially engraved. I'd recognize it anywhere. If there's a chance you could find it, I'd be in your debt. I don't get out a lot anymore, so I don't see much of what goes on. But I do remember the old mayor in his final days, what an awful sight it was. Screaming and throwing things into the sea, throw it back, he would cry over and over. Begging anyone who would listen, howling it to the wind. These days I almost feel like I understand. Anything else I can help you with? There we go. Weird. Puzzling is an interesting aspect of this game. Freaking Tetris. Oh, there's some more dredging stuff. da, 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 da. Okay, now we're literally full up. Perfect packing, have full cargo. Achievement unlocked. I'll take that. Yes. Glad you got some use of that old pot. You can always buy more here or repair damaged ones at the shipyard. I have one final request for you. As you've seen, some fish around you can develop odd deformities. What do you think happens to a person that eats the flesh of one of those mutants? Go mad? Well, perhaps. But I want to know for sure. Bring me a mutant fish, any will do. Just keep this between the two of us. Oh jeez, what are you gonna do? Sell the rest of the fish. Try duck. Put the last bit of wood here. So we need... Well, I can buy the net spaces, which is great. 4 net spaces. So I need 1 bit of cloth and 2 bits of scrap. Basic troll net now available in stores. That crimson glow in the sky seems to have gone away. The air feels quieter now and more settled. Have you noticed? Not really? Wait. Repair mode. Repair that. Repair that. Would you do bird competition with another VTuber? I do not think so. What kind of question is that? Would probably buy an engine. Oh yeah, okay. Simple design will passively catch basic fish when deployed. A wise investment for those that want to explore the oceans. Curious one? I suppose. Okay, so we can get a 3rd engine in now. Very nice. 46.2 knots, very nice. I guess we can rest. I think anything, don't have anything at the moment. Need a little marrow, 1 aberrant fish. 2 lumber, 2 scrap as well, search for relics. Maps? Oh, that's behind that, okay. Down there for the relics. We were here last time, I think. I'm gonna take a nap. Or actually sleep until morning. I hope there's not like hidden time limits. I really don't like those kind of hidden limits. Iron chain. I still don't know what that's good for. Someone might pay for this. Go, bronze belt buckle. something at least. Wow, even more. Okay, 3 scraps in one freaking dredging session. That's awesome. Should be. Yes, this is cloth. It's nice. Some of the materials are actually pretty easy to find once you have the dredging equipment. Hadol? Frick is a Hadol? Squids. Oh, those are even like marked in the freaking. That's awesome. Okay. Apparently you get foghorn echoes. It's kinda neat. Totally not spooky. Father. Hello, is everything okay? About that belt buckle. Give the belt buckle to the man. Yes. You give the belt buckle to the man. This is his. Oh, thank you. Bless you. If you turn him to me. Please take this. I have not any money to pay you, but this might hold some value to you. It does! Thank you very much. I'll take that. Here we go. Yeah, let's get back to No, I literally don't have anything for him. That wasn't even freaking. Wait. Research. Let's do that first. Hydraulic rod. Anti-tangle line. Mangrove and coastal. Heat-resistant line. Volcanic and shallow. Oh, engines as well. Improved outboard engine. Fish and crab pot. Hardy crab pot. Large crab pot. Nets, improved trawl net. I might as well go for that before I install like basic one. Screw it, sure, why not? Shipwright. Now what does she want for the improved one? 300, yeah, 300 instead of 250. And it lasts a day longer, has more capacity, and gets more yield. Yeah, about that frickin'. Okay, that's complete. That's crap there. Additional light space. Greasy Vessel to Tier 2 hull and adds 5 new cargo spaces. Well, cargo. That in storage. Oh, I forgot to put these things out. Um, I'm guessing we're just gonna head out to fish, I guess. We need to earn some more money. Trophy card! Nice! I think that's like our fifth trophy. Like total. Oh, there's an aberration back there. Yeah, some of these rocks I think only appear at night. Not entirely sure. Oh, that's weird. Anyway. Yep. I think that's time for us to go home. That wasn't creepy at all. Shipwright. Ooh, what's this? Halogen spotlight. Oh, wow. 275 euros or dollars. Stall time 2 hours. Definitely want that. I'm one of those people that doesn't like getting inferior upgrades, or quote-unquote inferior. When I can just wait a little bit longer and get a step above that, which sometimes does lead me to situations where I just don't get any upgrades for ages. Wait, what did she want? 2 lumber and 2 scrap. Okay. Oh, that's fishing. Oh, we have the lumber. Go. I think we had... Oh, I forgot about the awkward shape of these. I think one is enough. Okay, so the storage works from island to island. That's good. I'm not gonna get over there before I have another piece of metal scrap. Wait. Oh, no. Never mind, it wasn't a fancy thing. Oh! 3-headed cod. Okay. Sure. You do you, boo. I didn't want to do that. Give me that back, please. Let me dredge. Oh no. It is crap. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Let's put those there. Got a trophy. I do wonder what, like, the chance for that is. Yes, remember, any apparent will suffice. I suspect they're all the same underneath. Oh my god. Considering how big this freaking space is, I don't want to know what I'm gonna pull up here in the future. 3 heads writhe and struggle in unison, 3 mouths hang agape, then close shut together, 3 lives lived as one fate bowed to many. 3p. Fishmonger takes the aberrated fish from you. He clutches it close to his chest, wringing his hands around its slimy body. Yes, this should do nicely. Here's what the fish is worth. And why don't you take these too? They're of no use to me. Ooh! You hear that? It sounds like the faintest whispering. You listen. Silence. In the stillness of the room, the fishmonger's hand begins to tremble. His face grows anguished. Please, sell what you need, then leave. I must deal with this creature quickly now. Okay. You're totally not creepy. I still don't know what these iron chains are for. The fishmonger's door slams behind you. Hear the heavy scraping of metal bark sliding across it. Okay. Sure. Research. Research. Should I go for the hydraulic rod? Probably should. It's probably one of the first things they wanted me to install. Silt filtering Chawnet. I'll get the engine as well. What the hell is that? Jet drive engine. A relatively new design, this unit propels water through the system more efficiently than outboard propeller setups. Damn, okay. Twin prop engine. This engine is outfitted with a dual propeller system, increasing speed. Refined outboard engine. High quality components and excellent craftsmanship. A reliable engine trusted by seafarers. Oh boy. Right dog. I might as well buy this. 4 scraps of wood, 2 scraps of iron, 3 bolts of cloth, and 1 thing that I haven't even seen before. A single unlucky hit is enough to knock out an engine, and you wouldn't want to be without a motor when the fog rolls in. Yeah, probably not. $410. Rusty improved outboard engine. But the improved one is 15.8 knots. 10.5, 10.5, 14.7. It costs 200. At least one of them already. Oh yeah, I also wanted to buy... Oh jeez, that's so expensive as well. 275 for a freaking light? You nuts? Gonna go complete that material quest, and then I'm gonna have to go fish quite a lot actually. Oh wow, we're so much faster, holy shit. That makes a big difference actually. Here's an aberration. Lumpy mackerel. Yikes. You nasty motherfucker. A writhing mass of lumps, twisting and pulling their way under the scales of their vessel. How long can it have lived like this? I'm not sure I will know. Material pile. This is the island where the builder wants materials delivered. There we go. You've delivered all the necessary materials. You should let the builder know. You can probably get all of the materials like right here. A goblet! Sure, why not? Research part! You could just fish those up? Okay, that's awesome. I'll take it. And there's more. Of course there's more. Sure, let's try it. What you got? What you got for me, baby? That's awkward. Leave the mackerel here. Let's go. Let us go and let us go. Go fast, yes, but also carefully. Honking at me like he knows a thing. The fuck? Blinding headache today. Did you come by yesterday? I can't recall. Anyway, what can I do for you? He's gone stale. Ooh! That sucks. Just barely too late, I guess. Done it? Well, no sense in wasting time. Let's get moving. Oh, okay. So, okay. 1 second. Didn't expect that. Storage. Research. Oh boy. Okay, now, builder. Didn't expect to have been to take a freaking passenger. Carry the builder to Steel Point. How long do you think she'll put up with your shit if you just take her with you constantly and everywhere? Alacross Dreamscape, thanks for the follow, welcome in. How you doing? Doing good, that's good to hear. I'm doing alright, I guess. Got a little bit annoyed by Red Dead earlier. But that's been... It's over now. Yes, that'll do. Thank you, fella. Give me a short while to get things built here. You're welcome back anytime. She reaches into her toolbox and pulls out a handful of components. Take these, always good to have in hand. They are indeed. Do. Suit resolved. Okay, now. The dredging spots. What did you have? More scrap. I'll take more scrap. Okay. That's an aberration. Oh, that's like a... yeah, that's an ocean thing though. Come back here later. That also looks like a dredging spot. Might as well while I'm here. Nice. Oh. And suddenly it's dark. Oh boy. I need to get myself the frickin' improved lights. Raider. This thing. Storage. This thing, 35. Is it just... okay. I kind of waited too long for those other fish. Snack squid. Tasting tongues writhe wildly around sets of yellowed, crooked teeth. The top row are flattened like human molars. Yikes. Yikes, to say the very least. Nice. Take you. My divine knowledge. Why would you want to know? What is your request, mortal? I don't know how you do it every day. These old bones won't cut it on the high seas. Research. Coastal. Wait, that's coastal. Coastal and shallow. This is volcanic and shallow, mangrove and coastal. Coastal, shallow, mangrove and volcanic is the next one after that. Abyssal and hadal. Oceanic. Oh, I guess like oceanic stuff is gonna take quite a while until we get to that. Do I want to go for engines? Or do we want to go for lines? I'm not sure. I'm gonna sleep on that for a while. Try dock. Camino, your chatting habits are still freaking weird. I hope you know that. Okay, should I get the light or the net? I don't know if I should add weapons to the bone arms directly or if I should make them separately. I mean, I would probably just make like the arms as body parts and give weapons on top of that. So separately, I think. That would be my option, my like sink in. So you unlocked TrollNet. Passively catches fish over time. Okay, so now we need 275 for the lights. And another 200, or I guess 400 for extra engines. And 410 for the hydraulic rod. Jesus. Oh, that's an entirely expanded inventory! Oh my freaking god! I thought it would put the stuff in directly into my inventory. My this thing. Oh my god, that's so good! I want to ask about the wider region. Do you know of any shipwrecks around here? Shipwrecks? Unfortunately, there have been quite a few in recent years. The lighthouse helps, but even it struggles to cut through the fog some nights. We do our best to salvage and clear any shipwrecks that occur around this side of the island. That should make fishing a bit easier for you. Around the back though, it's a little harder to get to. There's still some wrecks and towards the deeper patches, you'll want to avoid that area. Now what else can I do for you? Went to the Last Fisherman. The Last Fisherman? Oh, he was very unreliable. He'd go out at night, come back with no fish and proceed to sleep all day. He was also a terrible captain, I mean really terrible. Constantly running around aground on the reef, even in broad daylight. The shipwright almost ran out of wood for repairs. No, he was no good. One evening he left and never came back. So long, he shan't be missed by us. Okay, so he was probably, like, getting to the ground all of this nonsense. And, like, died. What do you know about any strange occurrences? Well, I heard that my counterpart in Little Marrow met the most unfortunate end. They say he went mad quite suddenly. One day he was normal, the next he was pacing the shoreline, hurling people's belongings into the sea. After some days like this, he disappeared, never to be seen again. Nowadays, the tale of the old mayor is used to scare children. Not too many remember him, myself included. And those that do remember don't seem to like talking about it. A most unpleasant subject. Now, what else can I do for you? I want to ask about the wider region. Certainly. Is there something somewhere in particular you wish to know more about? Oh, jeez. Sure. Blackstone Isle. I know a great deal. It technically falls under the jurisdiction of Little Marrow. I believe it was sold to a private owner some 20 years ago. He must have had a special arrangement. Such a sale is quite uncommon. Very complicated paperwork involved, you see. I've not met the owner. I suspect they don't live around here. The island seems quite uninhabited. Is there another area you'd like to discuss? Gale Cliffs. Well, the main port over there is a place called Ingfell. It's right on the approach to the cliffs. You can't miss it. It's a whaling town, but I haven't heard much talk of it these days. I think quite a few people have left, one way or another. Is there another Stellar Basin? Quite a popular tourist destination. There's a resort in the atoll built on top of a beautiful coral reef. I'm sure there's a wide variety of fish there. And maybe you fancy getting your hooks into some of those. Is there another one? So Stellar Basin is for fishing. Definitely, you might want to check that out. Elation. Twisted Strand. I don't think there's much to tell, it's just a tangled mass of trees. It's often blanketed in a thick fog, even during the day. You want some good lights and a good sense of direction if you're to go exploring there. Is there another area you'd like to discuss? Devil's Spine. Ah yes, it's quite exciting, really. An active volcano amongst a city of ancient ruins. You must caution against sailing there, however. The ruins lie low in the water and would surely tear through your hull. Not to mention the aforementioned volcano could erupt at any moment. You can occasionally hear it rumbling from here. Hey, that's kinda nuts. Select the troll net ability with LB and lower it with X. Nets catch things as you move, but need repairing every so often. Troll net. Here we go. Now we get plenty of fish. think that relic was supposed to be over in this direction. Yeah. Oh, no, the southeast, actually. Exterra Basin is the fishing place. I want to go to Gale Cliffs first, though. Southeast in that direction. Dolphins! Damn, you're slow. $67 meters of depth. So it is going down quite deep there. Tiger mackerel. Slightly more substantial than other mackerel species, but harder to catch. Yeah, about that. Didn't even have to do any work for that. Rose squid, cards, tiger mackerel. Oh. Just a random water spout. What? Okay. Oh, it's tiny! Nash it. What the fuck? That's some fucking Eye of Cthulhu looking thing. Eyeless and mindless, driven only by the desire to consume, and purpose satiated many times over. What the actual frick? I had a second one of those. Damn. Damn, Daniel. Small. Think you go for a semi-open route? Sounds like a good time. Are there any shipwrecks around here? The real wreck around here is a settlement at Gale Cliffs. My brother ditched us and moved over to those cliffs years ago. I suspect he's regretting his decision now, the devil. Anything else? Have you heard about any strange things in the area? Some time ago, just after the last whale was brought in, there was a sudden exodus from Gale Cliffs. Dozens of ships sailed past, packed up and hurrying away north as fast as they could. They were waving and shouting something at us from their boats, but we couldn't make it out. Never did see or hear of them since. Anything else? Weird? What can you tell me about Inkfell? Inkfell used to be a whaling town, emphasis on it used to be. We would go out, bring in a carcass, and then the rest of the town would get to work. But the whales got scarce some 20 years ago. Now look at us, barely scraping by for a new candle. Anything else? Excellent. What is it? What can you tell me about the cliffs? Many years ago, the cliffs used to be a haven for smugglers and pirates. Legend tells of two pirate lords who used to give cliffs as their hideout. Supposedly, they got into some disagreement and a huge battle was fought around the south side of the cliffs. There certainly are a large number of wrecks in that area. Both sides were completely destroyed, the treasure hoards left abandoned and unclaimed to this day. I dare say they'd be worth a lot if anyone knew where to find them. Anything else? What characters around these parts? Have you heard the tale of Magron? He was an old whaler from these parts. As the whales got more scarce, the crews spent longer and longer at sea trying to find them. Magron, it seems, wasn't cut out for this. He formed an unnatural attachment to a scroll he found on one of these trips. He says the scroll told him how to become immortal by eating mutated fish. Okay, people started calling him Magron the Fishman. One day, the town awoke to find all the boats, nets, and lines had been slashed in the night, and old Magno was nowhere to be found. Nor has he been seen since. Anything else? There's still no fish here. We catch our fish ourselves here, so we don't have much need for buying any. If there's a merchant that travels around, she's usually anchored across the bay. She buys and sells almost anything, and she does repairs too. Anything else? I need help with anything. I've been trying to prepare a special meal for my partner, but I've been having some issues. Around here, we consider aged conger eels to be a particular delicacy. You may say they're rotting, but they're delicious if prepared correctly. Normally, we bury them in the ground, allowing them to mature, but a dog keeps digging them up and eating them. I can't raise the subject without spoiling the surprise. Can you bring me an aged conger eel? Yeah, I can do that. Where can I catch one of these? Ah, yes, they can be tricky to find. I'm told they inhabit holes and burrows within the cliffs themselves. I imagine they'd be fished out around the edges, so may have to venture into the passageways of the cliffs to find them. Oh, did I mention that they only come out at night? Yes, I believe they hide during the day. Good luck. Anything else? Okay, so at night in the cliffs. Oh, black sea bass. Another message here. Oops. Messed up the trophy fish as well. It's not great. Hi there, your new face. Fisherman, I take it. Perfect. Well, we should get along like a house on fire. I'm a traveler and a merchant, all rolled into one. If you have any fish to sell, I'll take them on board and sell them the next time I come across. Likewise, I hold a small cargo of equipment between places. You're welcome to peruse the stock and see if there's anything that takes your fancy. Come and see me when you're ready to trade. Fish market. This side of the pontoon, I'll buy any fish you want to sell. I also keep a stock of crab pots here for sale. Oh, sell all of those. I also sold this, nice. So have you met a photographer? She stopped by my pontoon a little while back. She's loaded up with fancy camera equipment to take pictures of all the wildlife. She sighs wistfully. I wish I had my own camera. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to document everything you do, never forget anything? So kind of like the US1 or Borderlands 2 without loading screens. Would be kind of awesome, definitely. Anyway, she said she was setting up on a small island to the south of the Marrows. If you're in the area, maybe you should check on her. Oh no, we're like just short, right? Paragon Spotlight, yeah. We're like a few bucks short, quite literally. Refined metal, that's what we need for our hull upgrade. 350 for freaking research parts. Jesus! Okay, but first things first, 275. You have a quest for me as well. Need help with anything? Assistance from an angler? Absolutely! I've been trying to collect records of where each species of fish is located. I figured out most of them on my travels so far, but there are a few I haven't been able to track down. Reckon you could share your info with me? Sure, I can help with that. Great! The fish I have left to track down are oarfish, gulper eel, Goliath tigerfish, and coelacanth? I know a little about each species already, so maybe I can point you in the right direction. What did you want to know? Tell me about oarfish. Given that the oarfish has a long and fragile body, I suspect they live in reasonably deep but calm water. Maybe the shelter of the Gale Cliffs which suit them. What about the other fish? Gulper eels. I heard that gulper eels live at the deepest depths imaginable. You'll have to get some specialist gear to catch one of those. What about the other fish? Tell me about Goliath tigerfish. These guys are legitimately scary. They hunt in murky, swampy waters using the shade of trees as cover. Coelacanths? Actually, I have no idea where Coelacanths may be, but they have a primordial feel to them, don't you think? What about the other fish? Do you ever see strange things out at sea? Strange things? Plenty, but I try not to dwell on them. You could go crazy, you know? Ha! Yeah. But hey, if you're seeing strange things, maybe you're not seeing them the right way. Maybe they're not so strange after all. Perhaps they are, and they're incredibly dangerous, better not risk it. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Yeah, always out on the water. Yeah, always. I like to keep moving along. Merchanting is secondary to traveling, really. I'm more of a merchanting traveler. I get to see a lot of places, which is nice. I also get to meet a lot of people, which is only sometimes nice. Is there anything? About Gale Cliffs. Well, there's Ingfell just across the bay, which is a really real whaling town. The folks there are always in need of something, which keeps me in business. The residents are always talking about the cliffs, most seem afraid. Frankly, I'm not sure why they stay. Occasionally I hear deep rumblings from within the rocks. I don't hang around here for long. Interesting. Oh jeez. Let's get to the cliffs. A wreckfish. Interesting. Jesus, you're huge. Daddy? That's the research part. I think. Yes, research part. Heck yeah. Just ready? Alright, enjoy your food. Encyclopedia, wreckfish. Typically inhabiting caves and shipwrecks, these fish can grow big enough to eat small sharks. What the fuck? Artifact manifest. Oh! Vessel S.Y. Grand Prize, owner Mr. Michael Schult, Port Gale Cliffs. Oaken music box, purchased from the antiquarian at Lune Marrow for a bargain price. Previously salvaged from an undisclosed shipwreck. Has the little J carved on the underside, otherwise in reasonable condition. Has not been opened for fear of damaging the mechanism, pending inspection by locksmith. Wooden mask. Carved wooden tribal mask, said to bring good luck, fertility, good health, fortune, rain, and protection from evil spirits. Sure, why not? Let's add a few more effects, shall we? Trade it for a pair of socks and a pocket watch chain. 12-piece tea set, bone china, 6 times cup, 6 times saucer, acquired from an eastern dealer, do not use. Jar of earth, a jar containing earth from a meteor impact site, allegedly. Allegedly. I got a jar of dirt, I got a jar of dirt, and guess what's inside it? I mean, probably nothing, but you know. I'm smart. Nice, so we do have our better... Or better light now, is what I'm trying to say. I'm gonna turn on the music a little bit. Blackmouth salmon. Ah. Oh yeah, Blackmouth salmon. You've promised us to keep Blackmouth and mouths to swim before you sleep. Sure. Oh wow, is it? There really are a ton of shipwrecks here. I don't even know if I should even, like, get this stuff at this point, because the only thing I really need at the moment is the frickin' is the fancy piece of metal. Stingrays, I can't even catch those. It's a dredging spot. This looks promising. Oh jeez, what the hell is that shape? Where the fuck am I? Oh, I'm on the exact opposite side. Awesome. What on earth is that thing? Sickly stench rises from a cargo hold. I don't even know what that fucking means. Fuck! How am I still not there? Okay. Not great. What the actual frick was that? Christ, that's expensive. Those are orcas. Oh, right, that's oceanic. Oh wait, that thing just lives here? Thing just lives here. Okay, that's not cool at all. Or is it because it's night that the thing is appearing? Oh, cool. Immediate freaking aberration. What? Where's my light out? Okay. Sweaty palms moment. A sprouting eel. An eruption of crystalline growths bursts from its skin. Sharp shapes clatter and resonate together. Conger eel, often found hiding in shipwrecks or cavernous holes during the day, only emerging at night to hunt. Wait, I'm pretty sure she had 2 research parts before. Well. An old man emerges from one of the nearby broken buildings and hobbles towards you. Ah, greetings. Don't get many visitors around here. What is it that you need? This place doesn't seem safe. Why do you live here? Do you know how I could clear the debris around here? Probably need some explosives to shift those rocks. My brother at Ingfell used to make the explosives. For the whaling operations, you see. Nasty stuff. But the whale's all gone. I can't imagine he's still in business. This place doesn't seem safe. Why do you live here? I've been stubbornly holding out here for quite some time. Truth be told, I've been reconsidering my position lately. I've been happy here for so long. My wife and I had such a beautiful life until the collapse. Now I'm alone and cut off by land and sea, left only with these trembling rocks on all sides. Could help you move? It's not that simple. My brother would never... You see, I used to live in Ingfell with my brother. He was a whaler back in the day. Things were bad. We fought a lot, mostly about how our parents' inheritance should be divided. We were in the prime foolishness of our youth. When my wife and I decided to move here, I took the family crest I stole it from him. Now after all this time, I can't return without it. Where is it? That's where the problem lies. After the collapse, that creature, it dragged debris from the houses down to its wretched burrows. The crest went down with it. It's a lost cause, I know, but if you were to find it, it's a large whalebone crest. It would mean the world for you. Don't get your hopes up. No, I won't. Okay, so... I'm guessing that thing stole that thing. There it is. I don't see how I could do anything around here. I guess I accept maybe lured out, but I don't think that's like gonna be reliable at all. I mean, maybe if we could get dynamite, I could throw it at the fish. But... I don't see how that's gonna work. Quite honestly. Hey, Thunders. We just met a new friend, so fishing is going alright, but exploration a little bit less so.
Ah,
How are you doing? Is there dynamite in this game? There is dynamite in this game, yes, but I haven't unlocked it yet. Encyclopedia. Yeah, sprouting eel. I read that. Cool. Yeah, I guess you'd need it. Let's talk to this guy. Red Whaler. What is it? I heard you used to make explosives. Ah, yeah, I did. Sometimes the carcasses needed breaking up. It wasn't the most efficient or the more pleasant, but I got the job done. I'm thinking about getting back into it. I might be able to rustle up something strong enough to clear those debris piles on the cliffs. But I'm not sure. I don't have the energy these days. I'd have use for some explosives like that. Right, I'll think on it some more. I'll make no promises. Anything else? Nothing. So I'm guessing we're gonna have to just back later? It'll explode my profits. Hell yeah, dynamite fishing, why not? Stonefish, okay. Returned, welcome back. Here we're going for the goblin fishing method. I mean, maybe it works. Wait, I have a surprise for you, a gift from my most loyal customer. Here, I want you to have this. Art of the Single Silver Tongue. She takes a book from a nearby shelf and hands it to you. Flicking through it, you see page corners turned in, handwritten notes in the margins. Think. Shipyard. So close. Leave me alone. Oh well. Freaking ow. Yeah, that was probably avoidable. Oh, but I really wanted this guy. Decaying blackmouth. A shimmering blackness permeates the flesh of this relentless fish. Muscles are atrophied and decaying, but still it swims on. I think this might be the first game you would actually enjoy the inventory management. Yeah, it's quite something. For sure. Rotting. Nice. So we can deliver that then. I'm gonna have to prepare first though. 113! God damn it. Damn you, woman! Also kind of wanna... storage. I'm gonna try out the hydraulic rod this time for a while. Let's rest. And deliver the rotting fish. But yeah, welcome to Dredge, Three Thunders. It's not your typical fishing game.
Ah. Hmm.
Oh wait, I think I have to... Wait, what? Where did it go? Rot? Oh. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Looking at it for quite a while. Yeah. If you feel like buying it, I definitely would recommend it. Oopsie poopsie. Yeah, we don't want to play with that, friend. I honestly don't know how to get rid of him either, though. Magitaken? I don't sell those, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Yeah. Don't bonk me. Thanks for the stretch and hydrate. Ah, jeez. Leave me alone, bro. I wonder if I can get rid of him if I get my hands on dynamite. He looks like a hungry boy. I don't know what you're talking about, Okumino. God damn it, dude. Oh. Never mind. Okay, you know what? Let's go for some oceanic fish today. Try to at least. That's coastal. Some oceanic, some dredge. Let's crit. Sturgeon. Oops. Are sturgeons oceanic fish? It's kind of weird. I thought they were like lake fishes. Lake fish. But apparently not. I really don't know how to deal with those. That big fish. Like a sturgeon fished for the first time. Wait, is that an actual achievement somewhere? Life's for profit. Send a total of $2,500 worth of fish. I guess we did that. Yes. I'm gonna put this out and like 30 meters deep. That should be fun to experiment with. Encyclopedia. Sturgeon, a primitive-looking fish with hard, spiky plates lined up along its back. I don't know where best to go to grab one of those eels that I need. Hey, boy. Okay, never mind. We're going this way. Get ready? Alright. Thanks for stopping by, Camino. Still have no freaking clue. I mean, I guess I could stop by the village again. Let's see, maybe he thought about it. Because I'd really love some of that dynamite. It really only says he'll think about it. That doesn't really help me, does it? Oh, it's these. Wait, let's go. Why are you out here? It's your problem, man. I got no business with you. Yeah. Okay. We gotta go! You know, the awful thing is that I did get one of those eels. What on earth? It's those rocks. Stones tremble before you, unknown symbols glow from within. Place your hand. A sudden chill rushes through the marrow of your bones, surging up your arm, your neck. A deep vision enters your mind. A heart of stone wrapped in a twisting tail. A serpentine body uncoils, teeth rasping at its earthen shell. Larger now, bursting through the cliffs, sending rocks tumbling into the water. An eye opened to this new world. Yeah, that's the giant fish that we've been meeting. No? No fishy? Docky. One more fish. Ooh, scarlet prawn. Encyclopedia. Found in the depths of most oceans. Swarms of them can consume crabs and other small fish. Neat. Sell those immediately to just free up fish. Versatile rod. Coastal, shallow, mangrove, volcanic. Good, I'm just gonna get that. Huh. Now she has extra research parts. But yeah, encyclopedia. It's the most expensive fish that we have at the moment. 10, 18, 18, 14, 35, 60 for stingrays. Those are huge. 50 for sturgeons around here. 60 for wreckfish. I think sturgeons and wreckfish are basically our source of income around here. That we could go for. I'm thinking that maybe we have to God damn it, dude. Fuck off. What's he even guarding? Other than maybe that heirloom. What's that? Through here. Nice. So we have that, so we can continue that quest. Maybe that helps with getting rid of the guy? I don't know. Oh no. Yeah. It's not great. It's kind of weird that that guy is the only exception to the whole time only moves while you do thing that I've seen so far. Yeah, you know what? How about we don't do that, eh? Yay! Nope. 10% increased sell prices and 10% reduced buy prices. I'll take that. Any day of the week. And this time we don't stick around for the big fish. About that. There's a dock here? Or is there a dock here? Makeshift dock, campsite. You stand in the center of a campsite. The fire's embers are cool, but ash is still steadily blowing out with the wind. Take a closer look at the campfire. A large flat rock sits atop the charred wood of the campfire. A handful of tiny fish bones can be seen poking out of the ashes. Kick the ashes. Kick the ashes. Your foot hits something hard at the bottom of the pile. The brush just runs aside. Hey, nice. Research part. You take it. What do you want to do? For footprints. You find no footprints, but unfamiliar symbols have been sketched in the dust nearby. Some have been erased with a hasty sweep of a foot. What do you want to do? Check the makeshift tent. The tent has a sheet of cloth suspended over some sticks. There's nothing inside, save for a smooth hollow in the dirt where someone slept. What do you want to do? Interesting. I want to try and get one of those eels. Now we can complete that quest as well. The operation is luring me. Ah, jeez. Ah, no. Sorry, little fishies, you're gonna have to move. Now we go home. Okay, there's a message, good to know. I'll grab that another time. Fish market. Sell that. Bony wreckfish, encased in bony protrusions and struggling to move its encumbered fins. Its gills are almost sealed shut by the growths. Oh boy. Get the twin prop to actually use. It's this first. I'm gonna have to wait for this guy to age. Is that... No, that's salmon. Okay, now you, Mr. Hermit. I have your frickin'... Hello again, what are I gonna do for you? Is this your family crest? You found it! I never thought I'd see this beauty again. But now, I have a further favor to ask. Would you take this to my brother at Ingfell? Tell him his brother is sorry and would like to come home. Can do, my friend. Can do. What is it? I believe this crest is yours. Gods, I haven't seen this since... So he did take it, I knew it. Your brother's sorry, will you let him come home? I don't know if I was in the right state when he left. Okay, fine, he can stay in my old workshop, at least for the time being, but I'll need some time to clear it out. While I'm doing that, perhaps you can do something for me. See, I've been trying to clear some debris in the pathways through the cliffs to make a shortcut with explosives. I was able to set a charge, but the cliffs seemed particularly unsteady that day, so I didn't risk detonating it. I just need to get in there and set it off. It's not far in. I left some yellow flags nearby, so you can't miss it. Anything else? Sure. Yellow flags, you say? Use. Oh! So I should let the whaler know. Can do, my friend. Nope. Oof. I don't know what the hell you would need that shortcut for. Considering there's a big frickin' fish in the way. But whatever, I guess. We heard the blast from here. God's the echo. I'm surprised the cliffs didn't come down on your head. I've got things ready here. Go and tell my brother that he can come home. Sure. How about tomorrow morning? September 9th, 1927. He still refuses to take me aboard when he is working. He's convinced that I will find it dull or that the crew will be crass or otherwise intolerable. Perhaps I'm being overly needy. I know he needs time alone, but I'm so desperately bored at home when he's away. He recently installed some salvaging equipment onto the boat. I think the idea of pulling up treasure is terribly exciting. I must convince him to let me have a go. Hello again, what can I do for you? Your brother forgives you, he's found you a place to stay. What's happening to these cliffs, actually? They're being consumed from the core by that hateful serpent. Have you seen it? Yes, I have seen it. Nobody believed me, not till it started devouring our foundations, opening up chasms beneath our homes. It was nightmarish, waking in the night to the sound of a creature slithering somewhere underneath. It seems to have turned its attention elsewhere, but not before it took everything from me. What else do you want to know? Tell me more about the creature. It's been burrowing tunnels through the base of the cliffs. You can see the gigantic holes it leaves just below the surface. As it forces its way out, it often causes rockfall, so if you plan on going in there, keep an ear out. Should it catch sight of you, well, you should be able to outrun it. It's quite slow, provided you can navigate the passageways. What else do you want to know? Someone that used to live here kept their ship moored at the base of the cliff, and it was struck before some falling rocks and sunk to the bottom. They were devastated at the loss we all were. It was a beautiful boat decorated with all manner of memorabilia from the travels. At low tide, you can still see what's left of the masthead poking through the waves. What else do you want to know? It's a huge weight off my chest. Once so old, I hardly remember this bit was there. Right, well, I'm packed and ready to go. Sorry, fishies, you're gonna have to go. Hermit climbs aboard with all of his belongings. Here we are. The hermit notices the old whaler standing on the dock waiting for him. Little brother, you're home. I'm so sorry, I was so foolish. We both were. Come inside. Let me get your bags. Two brothers walk away down the dock. One of them pauses for a moment and turns back to you. Oh, stranger. If you find any more debris that needs clearing... I'm working on making some more packed explosives. Come by the old whaling yards anytime. 150 bucks, jeez. Whaling yards. Here, this is on the house for all your help. Packed explosives. Hollowed out whale teeth packed with a powdery substance. Fuse coals up from the top. Hope you can put them to good use wherever you find cause for it. Oh boy. 36 bucks. Not bad. For explosives. Take 4 for now. Well, I guess 3 free runs. Oh, wait. I was looking in the wrong direction. That. Floating dock, new hull. Okay, now we just have to collect 500 freaking bucks. I suppose. So how do these work? Inspect. Pile of loose debris could be cleared to make a shortcut. Boom! The debris crumbles away. Fuck. Okay, so I just wasted a ton of money. Awesome. Refined metal, there it is. Ah. We kill fish? I guess technically. I hate the controls. I don't know why they had to go with tank controls for this ship. I wish I could do something about that big guy. What the hell is this? Inspect. Altar breaks through the waves at the base of the cliff. 3 crab-like creatures are carved into it. The largest is covered in rocks and other strange shapes. Okay. Weird. Give crab? Yeah. I'm just gonna have to get some crabs first. Oh, really? This isn't great, not great, not great at all. Oh, no. We go right back on. Okay. Ah, okay, that's how you do that. Okay, cool, gotcha. Why? What happens when the red eye filled up? You literally just saw it. But we're seeing things that we don't want to see. Dang it. we have here? Oh. Wait, what? Oh. The encyclopedia. Still. I'm gonna hop over to Stellar Basin for a while, I think. It's the small ones. But yeah, suffice to say, panic filling up is not a good thing. Oh boy, you're a big boy. Sailfish. Yeah, I can only carry one of those. They're so fucking big. What the hell? You're too big. Like, way too big. Shut up, Deathlock. Oh, god damn it. Photographer. Oh, hey. Hello. Sorry, would you step out of the way for a moment? You're my shot. You moved to the side. A few seconds later, the photographer sighs and expresses desperation and mutters to herself. No, that simply won't do. What's the matter? The angle of this lens is all wrong. I'll never get a close-up shot of anything with this. And the others, I feel they were lost overboard. She sighs again and looks off to the west. I was sailing from Stellar Basin, you see, squeezing my boat through a narrow gap between two islands, and then I crashed into some coral. Though I thought I heard something in the water behind me, so I dared not stop. If you were to retrieve the lenses for me, let me see. She rummages through what few belongings survived the trip. I have a spare camera here that I won't need. You're welcome to it if you can find those lenses. I'll mark on your map where I think I lost them. Interesting. Had to. Yeah, I know you did. Whoa, wait, that's a whale. What the fuck? I thought that was like a coral reef or something. Holy shit, the thing's big. Holy moly. 110 for one of these. Holy shit. Yeah, where was... Wait, did I find one? Did I find a relic? Like a proper one? Storage? I don't think I did. Right? I may have made a little bit of a mistake. Eventually. No, definitely. Okay. Here's another one of those. A slab of rock cuts above the waist. There are 4 large, powerful fish. No, 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 no. Oh, this is not great. Oh, this is not great. Inspect. Stone travels before you, unknown symbols. Place your hand on stone. A sudden shell rushes through a maze. Go on searching deep vision, blah blah blah. The green glimmer of an aurora blooms in the night sky above the resort. A distant boom shakes the thatched roofs and rouses dreamers from their sleep. The waters withdraw, exposing the coral to the warm air. Confused creatures chitter and seek out their hiding places. Moments later, the waters return, crashing, seething, sweeping souls out to sea. Oh no. This is not great at all. Hey, traveling merchant. Perfect. Just who I wanted to see. Exactly who I wanted to see here. About barracudas! And savage barracuda! This ferocious fish is capable of great bursts of speed and hunts by biting its prey clean in half. It thrashes about ruinously, jaws snapping and tearing its own flesh apart, a body sundered by ravenous hatred. Oh boy. We're making some pretty decent cash now. Okay, let's see. Floating dock, tier 2 hull upgrade. Give me that. Oh, okay. Does the model? Yeah, the model gets an upgrade as well. That's awesome. Let's see. Floating dock. +3 rod spaces. +4 cargo spaces. +1 engine space. Oh, that's awkward. Those are like some real awkward spaces. Also, I don't have any frickin' wood on hand. Found a ton of cloth, but barely any. Oh, I guess I've kind of been ignoring it, so it's kind of my own fault, I guess. Coral grouper. I wish we could flip them. But I guess that's just a mechanic limitation. $173 from 4 fishes. Not bad at all. Wait. Those are tentacles, aren't they? Anyway, moving on. Ew. Consumed coral grouper. Commonly found hovering above offshore reefs, this large fish ambushes smaller fish that dare leave the protection of the coral. Consumed grouper. Once dazzling skin, now bleached and eroded, it barely resists relief at a final end. Oh boy. Yeah, it's nasty. Yeah. I mean, this is kind of supposed to be Lovecraftian horror, I think. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was just a giant kraken. Could probably deploy that. Quite a bunch of these fish. Okay, now it's depleted. See a research. Red snapper. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna start putting up here. They're tiny. Oh, abyssal. Okay, yeah, I can't fish those yet. Unfortunately. Okay, so what are these? What are these? Infected. Condition infected. I don't know what that does. Actually, you know what? I want to keep night fishing a little bit in this area, because I have no idea what's out here. Aurora jellyfish. Okay, apparently that's what's out here. Illuminating the netherworld with a dull glow. With few predators, this species is spreading rapidly. Interesting. Where was... Red snapper, a very popular eating fish, often found hanging around rocky coastal waters and reefs. Glowing octopus. This remarkable octopus emits light from its suckers in a swirling, twinkling pattern. Oh, it certainly attracted me, so it has to work. It has like bait. Small glowing octopus over there. I mean, I'm assuming... Aberration, yes please. Yes! Medusa octopus. 8 snapping mouths crawl over each other at the behest of a silent monster. Oh boy, okay. Let's get back to the merchant. This game is a lot more relaxed than I thought it would be. Wait. Research engines. Stupid. I'm like advanced stupid. Yeah. I really am advanced stupid. Ah, hell. Okay, screw it. What happens if I drive over here? Or boat over here? Oh, those are definitely tentacles. Yep. Yep. Gotcha! Physics-defying tentacles. Ooh. These are back. Barracuda. Penetrated me. Yep, it sure did. No, not the... Good carrot. Yes. Engines. Twin prop engine. Okay, so we're even faster. 63 knots. Guess we have to add the tax tentacle bridge. God damn it! No, I don't think that's just... I don't think that's necessary just yet. How many research parts can you buy from her? That's crazy. How much did those give Medusa Octopus? 95 and 40. Oh, these are new. Firefly squid. Cute. Oh, radiant squid. We have this tiny sparkling squid spends most of its time in the deep ocean, rising to the surface as it nears the end of its life. Oh no. We begin from the depths below, a glimpse of a new sky. Man, the description for the aberrations is so much... yeah. So much weirder. on. More aberrations. Oh, these are these things. Consumed grouper. I do wonder how big your cargo hold actually gets. Because for these fish, for example, I can barely hold like 4 of them. If I keep my my net equipped. Okay, I think there were some... Yes, there are some other towns around here, supposedly. You could go for trying to upgrade the hull so you can hold more stuff. I could, yeah. I have to do a whole bunch of dredging for that. Materials. I think this is in range of him. Well, doesn't look like it. Maybe just barely not. Oh, that's a big resort. Let's see. Okay, this might be something important. I think it's an upgrade part. Yeah, research part. Very nice. What we have here? Research outpost, laboratory. The laboratory is in ruins with equipment and research papers strewn about the place. Where do you want to look? Open the cupboards. Check the cupboards. Okay. Straight over research part. Empty cupboards. Where do you want to look? Inspect the equipment of the table. There are some strange looking prototype parts on the table, but you can't see any use for them right now. On the other side of the table you find a hastily scrawled notes. It reads, "Not safe. Expect retaliation imminently. Evacuating to fort." Where do you want to look? Look around on the floor. Look around on the floor. There are cracks in the base of the structure that grow to large gashes as you follow them along to the walls. Something extremely large and powerful created these holes. You slowly reach your arm into one. Why would you do that? You pluck an item from a gouge on the floor. Why would you put your hands in there? Generator. An old generator sputters and ticks over. Research. I have 3 parts. Nets. Do I want to go for nets? Should probably go for a bigger rod. Maybe engines? Twin jet drive engine. You know what? Let's just unlock the nets. Complex crab pot. Better and stronger crab pot. This should last longer and be more reliable at catching resources. Massive crab pot. Durable and spacious. Gotta get those crab pots taken care of. Sunglasses. Okay. Because the fisherman sees it at the... God damn it. Well, it's some metal at least. A lot of metal, actually. Three pieces of metal scrap. Let's go back to the outpost. And then go to that resort in the morning. Should we go to the resort or the trader? I don't know if I can sell my fish here. That's the thing. Wait, I don't think I can even dock here. It's the reg. Blood snapper. Did it just... It did. Blood leaks endlessly from under its scales, pooling beneath it no matter where it's placed. Yikes. Oh, okay, this isn't even a settlement that you can interact with, inspect. Oh, that's down the... Okay, yeah, we drove past that on our way here. Let's see, what kind of... What are our quests at the moment anyway? I have not written in a few days. I've been afflicted with some strange chill which conspires to fog my brain. I cannot seem to warm no matter what I do. The ink has run from some lines here and there illegible. While most of what they hold up was junk, they eventually came up with a large wooden casket. A hush came over the crew at such a tantalizing discovery. I remember the next moments with excruciating clarity. He pried it open easily. The buckling boards creaked and groaned with relief as they splintered apart. Crimson cloth spilled out onto the dock. Crashing waves rose to fill my ears. I hear them still. He stared down into the open casket, then turned to me. In his eyes I saw the void. Oh boy. What are you guys doing? I guess the search for relics is our actual main task at the moment. Oh, that... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That does actually make a lot of sense. I placed the frickin' explosive marker right above my objective marker. That's why I can't actually tell what the frick am I supposed to be doing. Because I'm stupid like that. Oh, here's that fort they were talking about. Researcher. Oh, hello. I wasn't expecting visitors. Who are you? I'm a fisherman. Ah, yes, I thought you had the look, but a fisherman all the way out here? Strange. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you all the same. I've not seen another soul in months. In fact, I could do it with your help if you had the time. What do you need help with? I need help collecting samples to study. I was originally posted at the research outpost on the interior of the basin, but I was attacked. A large creature emerged from the depths and destroyed the outpost. Now it rests in the center of the basin. I fled here and have been making do as best I can, but I had to leave most of my equipment behind, so now my research has come to a halt. Take a look at the lists of specimens I need. Please drop them off here. You might need to experiment with different fishing strategies to collect all of them. Okay, so I had all of them up before. That's the jellyfish that I got from my net. Hey Rose, welcome in. How you doing? Tell me about yourself. Okay, I don't think there's much to say. I studied biological sciences at Ironhaven College. It was a struggle. There were no other female students in the department that year, or the year before, or the year before that. It's hard not to feel like an outsider in an environment like that, you know? Probably don't. When I graduated, I managed to land a job at the Northern Biological Research Society, and then, well, I was posted here by myself. I thought I would relish the peace and quiet, but I miss having company. I've always had someone, or at least a pet. Out here, it's just machines. Is there anything else? What sort of creature attacked you? Well, I got the sense that it was attacking the research outpost itself rather than me specifically. I suspected it was disturbed by some of my monitoring equipment. There were dozens of machines running there, all powered by a noisy generator. It was huge, larger than any other marine species I've studied. It attacked with tentacles, so I'd guess it's some sort of octopus or squid. Or an anemone. I'm so tired, but doing okay. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Relaxing with a mild horror game. You know, nothing special. One of my research vessels was moored around the back of the station, so I managed to slip away in that while it was tearing apart the front. There was a lot of valuable data and equipment left there, but I'm not going back. I can't. I won't face it again. Is there anything else? Have you noticed anything else unnatural? Now that you mention it, I've been so preoccupied with the attack and having to rebuild here, I'd almost forgotten. I found these letters from my sister. She sent them to me while I was studying before she... The researcher is quiet for a moment and stares off to the side. Anyway, I kept finding them amongst my papers. I don't remember packing them, but I must have. I started finding them more frequently. They turned up in my collection nets, in my sampling tubes. There were letters I'd never seen before, but they were in her writing. They were in her name. They were saying things, talking about things that happened after she died. I can't explain it. Okay, that's freaking weird. Actually, let's... No, we actually have to get out. That's good. Yeah, it's... like, it is a mix between relaxing and absolutely fucking horrifying. But, you know... it's still fun to play. Timing minigames and Tetris, I guess. Added with a little bit of horror. Can't complain. Except when I get stuff like this. Okay, that's one. Okay, I got the jellyfish in my net, that's good. Now we just need to find the tentacles. Yeah, one of the other squids, rather. Oh, I thought I could take the equipment back to her, maybe. Apparently not. It's unfortunate. How unfortunate. How unfortunate. Okay, that's... okay. Yeah, that's the Radiant Squid. An aberration of the one that I actually need. But yeah, I hope you get some good rest soonish. I saw a bunch of those little squids, yes, well, a few days ago, I guess. Missed me! Does this count? Please tell me this counts. Oh, I guess not. Yeah. Excuse me? It is daytime? Can you guys not? Think? No, I can definitely fill this. Yeah, I have more than enough material for that. Cargo spaces? Don't have enough metal. They do have enough wood at the moment. I might as well, right? There. Wait, so... Ah, I would be able to install this then. Trollnet. Maybe I'm gonna have to get the other two eventually anyway. Shut up, Okamina. That's a decent looking fishing mechanic. Yeah, there are a few, like, different mini games that you can play, which is quite nice. Do have to say. Wait, this one. Flexible fishing pole, coastal and shallow. Minute. Search. Speed. Oh, yeah. It's fine. It takes up the same space. It's just a little bit more faster. So now we should be able to finish like literally everything. So we have oceanic on the hydraulic rod, we have volcanic and shallow on the heat resistant line, and mangrove and coastal on the anti-tangle line. Oh yeah, no, the only thing that we can't fish are Abyssal and Hadal, which I still have no freaking clue when those are gonna come in. We are engaged to be married. He sailed us out to the very center of Stellar Basin to see the lights. We talked for hours, something we have not done in such a long time, waiting and hoping. Sometime past midnight, as we were growing delirious and hysterical from the lack of sleep, the aurora shimmered into the skies above. When I turned to see his reaction, he was already down on one knee. I cannot even remember what he said or what I said, but I know I said yes. The ring is beautiful, with a span of jewels going right the way around. I cannot shake my eyes off it. Yes, I was not sure whether to write this on the yesterday's date or today's, given that it occurred on the conjunction of days, but I feel that the news is significant enough to warrant spanning multiple entries. Jeez. Wait. Oh, the messages. Okay. Okay, that's kind of unfortunate. The messages aren't in like order. There's something out there. What is this? Waves lap at a pile of flotsam collecting on the beach. Nestled in the center is a wooden chest. Look inside. Large scrap of paper. Oh no, it's a freaking it's a freaking treasure map. Are we seriously gonna find pieces of a treasure map in this game? That's awesome. It wasn't there. That was unnecessary. I'll take that. I only need one. Kinda weird that I found it like right at the end of the night. Okay. Speed. I have no idea what you're talking about, Comino. Thank you, it looks like you've caught all of the surface specimens I need. But yes, I also need some from deeper down, but that's gonna be a problem. I don't have the equipment to catch anything deeper anyway. I developed a device to retrieve samples from the Abyssal Zone. This was over in the research outpost before the attack. I have an idea of how to keep the creature at bay long enough to collect these samples, but while I work on that, I need you to retrieve some prototype parts. Carefully, I suggest you go during the day. I wouldn't want to be out on the reef at night. Is there anything else? Okay, so speak of the devil. We're getting some Abyssal equipment, apparently. Oh! There's one of these stones here. I'm watching my friend play Beat Saber on my second screen and he plays the song from the Ruby soundtrack. The theme of a character that appears in like 2 scenes of the whole show until now. I mean... I do actually have some already famous, only a bridge is missing. I mean, it's not even only the model that is missing, I also need a VR kit. Since I do not have one of those. So it's gonna take a lot more money. Money? Yes, money. It's one model and then VR. I'd probably even go the other way around. Because I can play some VR games without my model. But without the 3D model, well, I guess I could use it in regular streams as well, but yeah. Those parts. Excellent, let me assemble a device for you. This should allow you to catch specimens from much greater depths. It's a little slow, but you may be able to make some improvements. Oh boy. Let's put developed a repulsion machine that produces a bright light and emits a high-pitched noise. It should deter the creature from attacking, or enrage it, I'm not sure. Connected to the research outpost generator, you'll have to return and re-engage it every 3 hours, but other than that, it's completely automated. Okay. Great, now take a look at this list of specimens. Remember, you'll want to install and activate the machine before attempting to collect these. You might also need to improve the equipment I gave you to catch some of these. Oh boy. Oh boy. I heard PSVR2 has got a PC driver, which is interesting. Mayhaps. Loose Jaw. Yep, that name checks out. Bottomless lines. Okay, you know what, let's rest. And those aren't gonna be, yeah, those are stale now. You know what? Let's just concentrate on other stuff. Unwanted, discard 25 fish. Oopsie! But you don't have the VR stuff, right? Have you played something VR yet? Because the thing is, not everybody adapts well to it, and maybe get motion sickness or something. Yeah, I've played... well... I don't know what's it called again? I think budget cuts? I think it was budget cuts. I've played that for a little bit. Small object rolls out from under the generator covered in dried salt. Aha! Activate the machine? Not right now. Research that. Bottomless lines now available in stores. Fathomless winch. Bissell, Hadal, and Oceanic. Ah, okay. I see. The repulsion machine hums and whirs to life. A few seconds later, a bright light shoots from the top and an alarm begins blaring. The researchers said this should keep the creature at bay, for a time at least. Define a time. Because, yeah. Okay, that's Hadal, so I do actually need the rod. Hadal. Just gonna go dredging for now. Wait, never mind. It isn't even dredging stuff. I guess for now I'm gonna have to kind of decide between what kind of fish I want to get and equip accordingly. I'm one of those fortunate people that are completely unaffected by the negative side effects VR can bring. My body image is only like an hour. Well, I had no problem playing VR for 1.5 on a first try. Did I do that? Biggest things about unnatural movement at low frame rate earlier. Yeah, VR chat. The Boneworks and Beat Saber until now. Watch my friend play Alex. Yeah, Alex I wanted to play as well. I burst into VR, so I've gotten to play on some things. So climbing VR is an experience. Imagine climbing a ladder without feeling any progress but seeing progress. It was about an experience for me. Can you do Lucy? I don't think so. I need more metal parts. Like, way more. Thanks for hiding, Stretch Davies. Synthwriters. I've not heard about that one. Goose jaw. With the red searchlights below its eyes, this predator hunts with needle-like teeth. Its stomach can expand to hold prey larger than itself. Yeah, so... Just keep this on. Yes. Look, I'm just gonna have to farm more money for now. Oh, almost a meter-long barracuda. Holy. There's an anglerfish. Like Beat Sabers, but more varied note types and more dancey. Okay. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna collapse after like 10 minutes of Beat Saber anyway. So much stuff I could sell. These are interesting. These are the, yes, scabfish. Perched loose jaw. Okay, we're just fishing straight up a trophy perched loose jaw. So we're just straight up fishing dead but not dead fish. Yay? Question mark? I can get one more in. Okay, now let's go home. Lucy evolves into Buff Lucy. More like Toned Lucy first. Because, I mean, there's not really anything on me that could get toned, honestly. Perched loose jaw. A few ragged scraps of skin hang like cobwebs from its fins. Its exposed muscles are riddled with small white worms. Yeesh. Anglerfish, dangling a bright lure in front of its open mouth, this deep-sea predator preys on the curious. Yep, it sure does. Yeah, we're only missing one type of fish now, otherwise we can catch everything. Is it? No, the tentacles are back, okay. So we're gonna have to go around first. It's quite a workout. Yeah, I imagine it would be. Waving your arms around like that. If dancing comes to it, Jesus. Okay. Snailfish. Adapted to suit the high-pressure environment of the deep, this fish begins to implode as it struck to the surface. I mean, they're literally swimming on the frickin' surface. What are they doing here? Giant amphipod. After spending years scavenging fallen carcasses on the ocean floor, this crustacean has grown extremely large. Relic discovered. Calcified snailfish. Waiting in dormancy for its moment to arrive. You mean that thing is still alive? You sure about that? I wouldn't be so sure about that. It's in that direction. Researcher specimens. I got the snailfish. I got the amphipod, and I forgot that you need that thing. So reboot that. It's back, it's back, it's back, it's back, it's back, it's back. Okay, I'm gonna throw a crab pot into that freaking hole. And you can't stop me. Are you sure? Huh. That was kind of disappointing, not gonna lie. What? I've not seen this before. gulper eel, sorry. Oh, that's one of the... That's one of the ones I'm supposed to catch for somebody. Pursuits. Catch rare fish. For the traveling merchants records. Thanks to your sea of losing all feeling of time. Not sure that's healthy, but okay. Ho 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 ho! Come on! Bang! There we go, ruptured vessel. Willing host or sacrificial receptacle. Ugh. Yikes, either way. Found a gulper eel. It's great news, I'll add to my records. Here, take this. I'm sure you'll find some use for it. 2 research parts, okay. What about the other fish? Nothing yet. Let's think of Stella Basin. What beautiful crystalline water. It's a shame I can't take my board too much further in. I've gone around on the coral a few times. If I checked out the abandoned resort to the east, it's pretty impressive. There's probably some decent salvage to be had there. It's kind of amazing how quickly it all falls to ruin without people around to maintain it. In a few years, these pontoons will probably go the same way. It's just the way of things, I guess. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Research. Your AC? You mean like... What? What do you mean? side? Oh, it's another treasure map thing. Don't tell me this is actually gonna become important at some point. How am I even gonna find all of the other pieces? There they are. The photography lenses. Oh. Clipped right through it. None? Okay, apparently you get absolutely no fish here. Okay, an extremely rough and worn sheet of fabric is collapsed at the base of some wooden supports. There's nothing remarkable about it. Symbols span the breadth of the camp, twisting this way and that. Some are grouped together into what must be words. Fresh footprints stretch carefully around each symbol. The last symbol trails off hurriedly and looks unfinished. A glint of metal shines up through the sand. Jeez, I'm almost full. Inspect the footprints. Whoever left the footprints was barefoot. The prints are large and wide, perhaps indicating they were left by a man, but you don't know much about footprints. Fresh footprints tread carefully around each symbol. Leave. Is it the next island over then? Oh yeah, doing that. Right here! Photographer! We have the lenses. Oh, I do hope they've not been damaged by the seawater. She takes the case from you and inspects each lens carefully. You seem mostly unharmed, nothing that some careful polishing can remedy at least. As promised, you should take my spare camera. The lens is nothing special, but should allow you to capture some good shots. If you wanted some advice on locating wildlife to photograph, just say the word. Oh. Camera mode unlocked, I suppose. I suppose. Oh boy. Houston, we have a problem. Never mind, Houston. We got it fixed, kind of. Just spend a little bit of money and get rid of a whole bunch of stuff. 2 lumber, 1 refined metal, and 1 metal scraps. Should be easily enough. Should be findable easily enough. Actually, that we are playing Dredge today. RDR2 pissed me off, that's why. And I needed something to relax, so we're playing Dredge. Ew! Decorator crab. Having covered itself in detritus, this creature hardly resembles a crab at all. Rock crab, a popular crab for eating. So my verdict till now seems like a chill Yeah. It's mostly chill, but occasionally very much not so. Not traffic crab. Yeah, I suppose not. Put it back. I can put it. Oh, I can't put it back. Okay. Unfortunate, but I do need a rock crab. Welcome. Busted music box. Oh jeez, that's huge. Why are you so big? This is gonna be an issue. No help in it. I'll have to lose one of these. Yeah, for example, if you wanna, you know, take a look real quick. That guy. He's not very fun. Also, he destroyed my main engine, so that's nice. We're gonna run into some trouble now. Because it's 1 PM, my main engine is broken, and we have to make it all the way back to the other side of the island without dying. An altar breaks through the waves at the base of the cliff. 3 crab-like creatures. Yes, sir. Decorator crab, rock crab, and another rock crab. The 3 crabs shudder, legs clicking into strange angles. Though long dead, some unseen power commands their corpses into action. The crabs scuttle over the altar, disappearing into cracks in the stone. Suddenly the rock splits in two, revealing a sunken chamber at its core. Mouth of the deep. Okay. It's the closest way is probably around here, actually. It's not disturbing at all, and you're here for it. Good to hear. Hey, there's some dolphins. So we'll have some company while we die. While we're dying. Well, that's nice. "6:30, sun's going down." We're so screwed. Might maybe barely make it. You, okay. Oh no, we're fine actually. Thankfully. Did not need that at all. Yeah, Mouth of the Deep. So that's one of the... I guess that's a unique crab pot or something? I think it is. Oh, it does actually fit like that, okay. We're gonna undock. And we're gonna stop. Actually. Pick that up. Pick this one up. Yes, okay, they are the efficient ones. Check it. Sell the crab. Okay, now we are going. Yeah, perfectly in that direction. I want to see how deep we can actually put one of those crab pots out. We're at 53 meters. What was the deepest? 40. Room mansion, what is it? Oh, wait. I forgot to actually. This guy doesn't have a storage here. Give me a heads up, yeah? Want to be there for the whole experience if I'm working hours permitted. Nah, don't worry, I didn't read it. I did actually miss that specific message. To returning customer, please take this as a symbol of my appreciation. I'm sure you'll find it useful. A relaxed mind. You know, I could have used that a little bit sooner, but you know. Okay, we now have $1,000. Thanks, Rose. Okay. Okay. So you've returned. I wasn't sure you were coming back. You dragged the massive music box into the room, gouging the wooden floorboards beneath it. The collector doesn't seem to mind. He's focused on the box. You found this at the cliffs, didn't you? Yes? Ah, excellent. This should make future return journeys a little more swift. Allow me. He selects one of the silver ribbons trailing from the crimson-bound book, opening it to some unseen page. Turning to catch the dim light, he whispers the words on the page. After a few seconds, you feel your stomach drop suddenly as though thrown high by a wave. He closes the book and turns his attention back to you. Ability unlocked, Manifest. Instantly return to Blackstone Isle. Oh, okay. You walk in and place the jewel-encrusted ring on a table by the collector, his eyes widen. We're certainly making excellent progress now, and I know what you're thinking. An item like this would fetch a fortune at any auction, but for us, its value transcends material wealth. Regardless, you are due a reward. Us? Does he mean him and me, or him and some organization? He opens the crimson book, its spine cracking audibly. Selecting a page carefully, he begins to read aloud. The words sound muffled, as though he's speaking through a thick haze. You hear a growling, crackling in your ears. Suddenly your vision flares and both of your eyes pop. He closes the book. We must keep searching. I've been thinking more on where we might find another. I can't imagine all menace of Detroit is swallowed by the silty muck of Twisted Strands channels. It's worth investigating. I'll mark a location on your map where you can begin your search. Anything else? Banish. The banishing words will provide you temporary protection from most things. If spoken swiftly enough, they can be used defensively. Choose your moment carefully. The more they are spoken, the more they are understood. Are there other powers you wish you know about? Manifest. Use of these words will induce a trance-like state. While in this state, time will pass in a blink of an eye. When it is over, you will find yourself here. As always, I caution against overusing this. Selectively and strategically utilize it when you need it most. Are there other powers you wish to know more about? Very interesting. Grotesque mackerel. Corrupted scales and bulbous eyes, like nothing you've ever seen before. Okay. And we're back in our starting island. The lighthouse keeper approaches you on the dock wearing a questioning expression. You must have been around most of the islands by now. Have you found whatever it is you're looking for? I'm just fishing. She recoils from your flagrant lie. Why do you mistrust me so? What have I done to warrant such suspicion? She turns from you, shaking her head and muttering. She heads back towards the lighthouse. Shipwright. No, not shipwright. Apparently, Tridock. Right. Refined metal, scraps, a bit more wood. Rest. Until dawn. probably taken a lot longer to play this game than some other people would. Oh yeah, we've not spoken to... We can catch these now, right? No, because I have the wrong frickin'... because I have the troll equipped. Wasting time, wasting time. Shipwright. Hey son, welcome in, how you doing? Okay, what are you? Bronze whaler. Beautifully colored but deadly predator. Oh, there are sailfish out here as well. What event is that? Oh, there's the volcanic area? Probably not put them all in the same space just for the cavity. There we go. That's better. And now I can look for a harbor in the middle of the night. That doesn't sound good. Oh, that's very not good. Oh, there's the relic. But I'm assuming something's gonna stop me from going there. Spooky fishing game? I am, yes. Very spooky. Stock here. A man meets you as you dock, bracing himself against the wind and spray. O rapturous day, a fresh disciple carried to me atop the waves. Come ashore, weak thing, and rest your weary soul. Sure, why not? Your arrival is providence from the deep itself. I have been calling, and now you are the answer. The rite of purification is almost at hand, and you are to be my replacement. I'm listening. Your trial begins immediately. Tell me, what does your spirit seek? Emptiness. Yes, a pure vessel. Only those devoid of mortality can ascend past it. And your flesh, what does it crave? Chill of the water? I sense it in you. A glimmer of what waits below. Finally, what does the world deserve? Nothing. Exactly. And yet it takes, endlessly, harvesting, draining. But soon it will know that it has taken too much, it is already too late. The trial is concluded, you still have much to learn, but that knowledge will be delivered to you in time. Now, your role as my initiate is to act as herald of the purge, just as I was for the one before me. The nearby sprites blaze with eternal fire, yet the stone hearths of these 3 idols lie barren and void. Retrieve 3 fathomless flames from the cracks behind us and ignite the crucibles. Visit the shrines of the deep. I will mark them. They will offer further guidance, and I must provide no more. Sure. What the actual hell? Like statues. Okay. New minigame. Armored Sirupin. A small fish with angular armored plates. It has sensory barbs under its body that help it detect prey on the seabed. What is this? Cave? Ancient lighthouse. In the dim light of the cave, you can make out some paintings on both walls. Check the left wall. These paintings depict the birth of a civilization. A great beacon of light is shown repelling a tentacled figure emerging from the sea. In the dim light of the cave, you can make out some... Check the right wall. These paintings depict the fall of a civilization. A volcanic eruption tears through a tall lighthouse. Monstrous shapes devour people as buildings turn to ruin. Okay. Shouldn't I be sleeping? Yes, I should be. Fuck. Save and quit. God damn it. Da, 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 da. Let's see. Twitch. Shut up. Let's see. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Despite the game change. I'm gonna send you over to Rem. Playing Minecraft. Should be fun. Sort of fishy stream. You're very welcome. Oh yeah, thing is, next week, I won't be home on the well, from the 12th until the 14th, there won't be any streams. But after that, I have the week. Well, after that, I have a vacation until the 22nd. So we can do a lot more stuff after that. But yeah, my Thursday is my very busy day. Yeah, it's gonna be for me to next week as well. But yeah, Monday and Tuesday is gonna be regular streams. I'm gonna finish Dredge tomorrow. And maybe start either Radical Red or Cassette Beast, I don't know yet. But yeah, I'll see you guys then. Until then, bye bye, love you guys.